now.
Good evening, everybody. Mav says we're live. I hope we are. I hope you all can hear me. Welcome to another freaking amazing Thursday night, another episode of PM in the PM. That is Pong and Mav in the PM. Welcome aboard, everybody. Running our usual 30 minutes late, as one of us generally always push this show back. Maybe not quite 30 minutes all the damn time, but we've been doing that frequently lately. But thank you all for hanging out with us tonight. Happy Space Marine 2 early launch day for everybody who got the gold or the ultra edition. I will be jumping that to later tonight with Steel. After we get done here and got tomorrow off, and Steel and I will be live streaming tomorrow, and we're going to live stream tomorrow morning until he has to go pick up the kids from school. And then we are going to live stream on Saturday instead of doing living split screen. We are going to do more Space Marine 2 on Saturday. So we are going to have a lot of Space Marine 2 for you all. And obviously, happy Game of the Year Astrobot launch day as well, which we're going to talk about tonight. You know, as I put out on X today, this industry is wild. This industry is risky, and yet there's times where it can just be so effing predictable. It's not even funny. And this was so predictable. This is why I called it the minute we saw it at the Keeleys in the summer, that this was going to be Game of the Year. This is going to be up for Game of the Year.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to get into it, Mav. It's just absolutely amazing. Again, it's not going to be slander on Astrobot at all. I am consistent with my disdain for platformers at this point in my gaming career, whereas other people do not keep any consistency whatsoever. This is something Steel and I talk about all the time. I don't know why some of these people have so many fans and so many people who listen to them about gaming when it's obvious that they hold nothing dear and they're not telling you the truth half the damn time. We'll get into it. We have journalists, Mav. It's good to be popular, folks. We're going to talk about it. It's great to be the popular kid in school, man. Let me tell you something. When you got journalists saying that this game rivals Mario, the best of Mario ever on Nintendo, Jesus fuck, man. Shout out to Sony. Shout out to Team Asobo. You guys did it, man. Yeah, we're going to get into it because they pulled a little magic. There was another little game that Sony was responsible for. Came out a couple weeks ago that, as of tomorrow, disappears forever. But all those articles are gone.
Dust in the wind.
Forever. Oh, no, it's been memory hold. It's been memory hold. We're going to get into all of it. This is the Sony magic, quote unquote. That's why we use quotations in the thumbnail. Caitlin, again, chef's kiss. Beautiful. Exactly what I was thinking of there for the thumbnail. But obviously, you guys saw the quotes around magic. So there's a little play there just for fun. So we're going to talk about all this, man. We're going to talk about all this, but there is no doubt this is the golden age of gaming. Shout out to Astrobot. Shout out to all the platforming fans, both who are real platforming fans and those just jump on the train because they saw the Metacritic score today for their favorite platform. Shout out to both of you. You guys got a big, nice game to end the year on. So shout out to all of you. Really happy for you. 2024 keeps kicking ass. Man. Nav, Fun Speculation, the CEO of the Fun Speculation Network, who just got done downloading Space Marine 2. He was supposed to join me and Steel tomorrow, but he unfortunately is not going to be able to. I think he doesn't like us anymore. I think Mav is actually a loner now. Him and Caitlin don't want to socialize with anybody anymore, so they just don't play games anymore with us. But be that as may, I still love him, and I need to know what he's been playing this week, what he's been doing this week, if anything. What have you been having going on? I saw you went live with the Mavcast. I didn't get a chance to catch it, but
yeah,
what's going on?
Yeah, man. We did play some. We played Call of Duty beta the other day. I had a chance to play with you and
we did.
And Steel and Jasper hopped in for a little bit. Psycho, Kate was there playing the whole time too, like for the most part, and then you had We even got to play with J-Rock.
Yeah, J-Rock jumped in out of the blue. That was freaking awesome. Shout out to Jay.
I can't remember everybody that we were playing with, man, but like we had some fun runs playing some Call of Duty beta. And I'm looking forward to playing the next round. That's coming up in tomorrow it's going back online, I think.
What?
The Call of Duty beta? I think it's going
back
online tomorrow.
Again, second weekend, and they're changing some stuff up, and we're gonna have to jump into that too on top of Space Marine 2. So
man, it's gonna be a blast. I got so excited after playing the Black Ops beta because I really looking forward to that game now because the maps, the gameplay, everything is just absolutely awesome. I think it should win Game of the Year. not even the game, just the beta. Just the beta. Man, what they accomplished. The beta? Yeah, just the beta even. Yeah. You think it has a chance against Astrobot?
Nothing has a chance against Astrobot, bro.
No, you don't think so. Okay.
It doesn't matter. It's done. It's over with. Keely's already got it locked. He's already got it printed. He's printing up the reward as we speak. He's having it made up. It's done. It's over with.
It is funny though.
All you have to do is look at the journalist reviews, and you instantly know that this is the game. It's over with. Yeah. It doesn't.
I'm kind of joking here too, but like it is funny how like as gamers we kind of write off the expected games and what they accomplish and like how like technically amazing they are and how polished and smooth the gameplay is and how good the graphics are, how good the audio is, how good the stories are. Like it's like, hey, but we expect that, so we're just not even going to count it or consider it for award season or any kind of accolades or any praise. It's just like, hey, just annual release, right? So like those games get overlooked, and you can have that can happen with different genres too. It happens with racing genre. It happens,
Forza Horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happens with sports games too. You could have like a one-off where it's like, wow, this is actually really amazing this year. They did a lot, but you know what? It's the annual release. We're just not even gonna worry about it, right? There's a lot of genres like that, but you know what? When there's a platformer comes out, it is like, this has never been done before. It's the most unique thing in gaming history in the world.
It's so innovative, bro.
It pushes things forward in gaming so much.
This is the next gen game we've been waiting for, bro.
And it's so funny to see like
the DualSense has never felt better, bro.
To see like Mario turn into an elephant and how much it changes gaming forever. And then a game like Starfield comes out and it's like it just it's tired formula. It is just so funny how like the minds work.
Oh, we're gonna talk about it.
Yeah, it's just so funny how the minds work within gaming and the media and stuff. But besides that, last night I actually went ahead and got NBA 2K25. So
shit. Did you really?
Last year was the first year I didn't actually buy an NBA game. Since I was a kid. I mean, I'm talking about every year, even before 2K existed, I would still buy whatever NBA game was there, right?
Yeah, of course.
And last year, NBA 2K24 was like the first time I was like, you know what? I played so much 2K23 and I just like kind of wanted a break. So last year, I actually did not buy NBA 2K24. I think I launched it once, maybe when it finally hit Game Pass later on in its cycle, and just kind of like, it's the same thing. But I've been itching for it now. I'm ready. So I went ahead and got NBA 2K25. I've been, like I told you before, kind of in my sports game kick. I've been playing Madden. I've been playing college football and stuff. I've been dabbling with the Ultimate Teams, and I'm proud of myself. I have not spent a dime. But I've been having fun doing the challenges. I kind of go and do the challenges every day on there. I'll play maybe some head-to-head games and stuff like that. 2K25, I've been I started that last night. I did some of the My Team and stuff. I ran into a weird glitch last night where my team stopped loading in. So I'm hoping that's fixed today with a update. Yeah. So, but that happens sometimes with these sports games. You get like these random server issues and stuff like that. So hoping that's fixed today. But other than that, I got Warhammer Space Marine 2. I finally got it, and it is going to be installed sometime tonight. I didn't actually install it yet. I just went ahead and purchased it, but I got it for a pretty good deal for the gold version. I was watching Steel play some of the PvP earlier today, and that kind of cemented the fact that I wanted it. It looked like
old school.
Yeah, kind of like a traditional arena style multiplayer. And I was like, you know, that it's been a while since we just had like a game come out that's just like single player, multiplayer, campaign, kind of does all of it, you know what I mean? And co-op and all this stuff. And you know, this is something that I feel like is probably should be. I saw the reviews are very positive and stuff, you know, but could be even more potentially so based on the kind of game and everything they're accomplishing at launch for this game, right? So we'll try it out and see how it is. I'm gonna catch some of your guys' stream in the morning if I can, and see how the campaign is. But yeah, I'm looking forward to giving it a go, man. And yeah, gaming is crazy right now, dude. Like the craziest thing is that I put out a tweet because there's so much launching at the same time right now that I want to play.
Which we kind of knew that was happening.
Yeah, like Age Mythology Retold, man, which is like got great reviews. It's doing massive numbers actually for players, even on Steam. And I was like, people have been posting the screenshots of the player counts on there. I'm like, wow, that's actually really damn good. So you got a lot of players playing it. You got good reviews. You got people praising it, but no, it's not part of the conversation.
Of course
like
not.
With gaming, it's
an
just
RTS.
It doesn't.
Nobody cares.
It doesn't get put into conversation of
cares,
anything.
Man.
Like it is so weird that there's no credit given for towards Microsoft, towards Xbox, towards World's Edge. Anybody that's worked with us, there's not from the gaming community, the like hardcore, you know, console worry, you know, stuff out there is like, hey, this game doesn't even fucking exist.
Oh, bro.
You know, and it's so funny because
I saw people going after Space Marine 2 now because they're threatened. Like this community's effed. I mean, there is just so many parts of this community that are just straight up F, bro. Again, they're not gamers, and I don't know how they are actually popular on this platform at all, whether it's YouTube or X, because they're not gamers. They really aren't. Again, they like talking about gaming. They again, if gaming wasn't cool, they wouldn't be here. They were the old bullies who used to bully all of us. But it's because gaming became cool that they are now here. And they've chosen their platform, and they're with the Cool Kid Club, and anything else sucks ass. And they are going to shred anything else. And again, there's definitely on the other side too, and there's Nintendo fanboys, there's PC fanboys, there's all of them. But I'm just saying, man, this community, bro, the way that they treat games, I literally saw them, because they are so salty about Concord, Mav, going after Space Marine 2. Like, how does that make any fucking sense whatsoever? Because people were right about a game that you capped for because it was your first party. You guys don't care anything other than if it's first party. You guys don't care about anything unless it's AAA. You guys are a certain type of gamer. And you don't represent gamers as a whole. And then you go attack a third-party title because you know it's the type of game that is going to get Steam on the competing platform because that's what we play over here. That's what Xbox players play. And because Steam players play those types of games, you go attack it because your Sony attempt failed. Like, make it make sense, man. It doesn't. It really, really freaking doesn't, man. Sorry, I had to jump in there. But,
no, you're good, man.
I saw that today too. I just hate it, man. I just hate it.
You know, it's just conversation at the end of the day. Like, the numbers for these games don't lie, and they are what they are. And the hate is gonna hate, and they're not really affecting much on some of these things, right? I think Warhammer's going to do good. I think it's going to do some solid numbers. It's got a lot of praise out there. It's got some excitement from the PC community and console community. I think Astrobot's going to do well, but it's only in one place. So, you know, that's kudos to people that are going to be excited for that genre on that platform. and they're gonna have a win there. And for me, for a game that I really enjoy, a kind of game that I really like, a game like Age of Mythology Retold is a win for me. It's a genre that I like on a platform that I like, right? And it was good.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a win for me as well. Nobody's talking about those games out there, but that's
We do.
okay. Yeah.
We do.
And then we have more games to look forward to, man. But it's been, like, and again, like I said, like the sports games and stuff, they don't really get much conversation except from the, the casual communities and stuff like that. But overall, for me personally, like, it's been a really good year for those. It's college football was solid. I've been enjoying Madden despite some of the conversations out there. I've been having a really good time with it, and also NBA 2K25. From the little I've played, even with that one issue I had, its gameplay feels better than ever. And yeah, overall, man, it's just like everything's in this really good place. Still lots of the stuff to look forward to, and this is that we're in that time where we said there's like no stop to the momentum now. There's just like, it's just relentless. It's utterly fucking relentless now. And I'm just trying to play keep up with everything I want to play at this point. I didn't even realize before, like, that NBA came out the same day. Pretty much you had Age of Mythology, NBA 2K25, Warhammer Space Marine 2, and if you're interested in Astrobot, all like the same time.
Right.
It's
a lot.
That's crazy.
It's a lot.
And there's probably more that I'm not even counting, right? Or thinking of.
Absolutely. Well, again, when we got the Call of Duty beta here, I mean, for 2 weekends, right? Like, you can't have any more than what we've got right now on our plates. So you got to make choices. That's the tough part. That's what you've been doing, is making choices too. So
yeah,
it's insane, bro. But this is exactly what we knew was coming. We saw it from a million miles away, just like we saw Astrobot was going to get the praise it's getting, and we just knew that this was going to be starting like this part of the year through the end of the year and into next year. Again, it's not going to slow down. Like, there really isn't going to be any slowdown periods whatsoever, because we are now in that stretch run that we've just been waiting on. And it's from third party, it's from first party, it's from everywhere. So there's a lot of goodness out here. And again, this is one of the greatest years of all time again. There's just no question about it. We're not done yet. So it's good, Mav. It's good. I did not know you were buying basketball again.
Yeah.
So,
I've been day one on it ever since I was a kid. Like, it's just a go-to for me. And like,
was it 23 or 22 where you, me, and Steel and freaking Dealer, like, God, we were playing so much NBA, it was ridiculous.
I think 22 or
22. We had
Steel
playing.
Yeah.
Fuck, if we got Steel playing, it was something, man.
Yeah.
We were playing a shit ton of basketball, man. That's the year I spent all that money too on my team.
Yeah.
Which I don't do on a regular. But yeah, no, I totally get it. I heard this year's is pretty damn good, man. But I hear that every year. And again, that's what 2K does. 2K is really good at their marketing, bro. Really good. Yeah, Mev. Did play the Call of Duty beta with you guys, maxed out, level 20. I actually hopped in for myself. I was playing run solo for most of the weekend until I got to play with you guys. But maxed out the level, of course, to get all the bonuses. But I had an absolute great time. I know I made the original post saying I peaked in my first beta match where I just tried it out real quick before I had to go to bed when I downloaded the night before. I didn't peak, actually. I had some really great runs. Of course, then skill-based matchmaking kicks in when we're playing with Jasper and Steel. And Jesus, man, oh man, things get rough. But anyways, when I was running solo, man, I had like a 33-9 game. Like, I had plenty of plays of the matches. Like, the game feels great. The Omni movement is freaking amazing. It's a game changer. There is going to be a massive skill gap for the people who play it on a daily basis. That understand the Omni movement better than other people. There's going to be a massive skill gap for those people. But just as even a player who just hops into it to have fun, the Omni movement feels natural. It's intuitive once you get used to it. it's basically all the things that in the old games you try to do just instinctively, like when you're jumping or when you're getting shot from behind and you're diving and you're trying to turn to face that person. It's like all that stuff that never worked in the old ones now just kind of works like as it should. Like it's not over the top. It's not complicated. It's not something you have to constantly think about. You have to remind yourself that you can do things like dive backwards when somebody comes around the corner at you. Like that kind of, you just got to remind yourself and get used to be able to do it. But other than that, the gameplay's smooth. Sure, there was some lag issues. Everybody was talking about the spikes. Everybody was talking about all that kind of stuff, the packet losses. Yeah, that was happening. Happens in every Call of Duty beta. I don't know where you people have been. Again, did you all just start gaming a couple years ago? Like, this is normal for a beta. That's why they do the beta. Guess what? Day one is probably not going to be perfect for Call of Duty either. This is the way it always is. We always come out here and talk about it. We'll tell you that it sucks and they should be ready, just like we did with Diablo 4, just like we do with all the big games. Like, I don't know how you guys aren't ready for millions of people jumping in your game, but you're not. But on the betas, yeah, there's going to be issues. That's why they do beta tests. A lot of people out here going, oh, can't cancel my pre-order. I don't think they ever really pre-order, but cancel my pre-order. Not worth it. I'm not going to play through this. Bro, it's a fucking beta. What are you talking about? What are you talking? Again, you guys, some of you guys I know for a fact have never played good shooters ever in your entire life because you've locked yourself to one system. And you guys never played peak shooters because Concord was peak to a lot of you. It's fucking weird, bro. Anyways, Call of Duty beta was awesome. I can't wait to jump into the full game. I can't believe it's on Game Pass. I still, we were talking about while we were playing the beta, I'm just like, we're getting all of this on Game Pass. Like, I'm not going to have to buy it this year. I bought the upgrade, of course, the $30 for the Ultimate because it includes the Battle Pass, which I already knew I was going to buy because I play Call of Duty heavy when it first drops, and then I'll tail off from it, right? But I'll play through the first Battle Pass for sure. So I picked up the $30 upgrade. I'm playing Call of Duty Ultimate Edition for $30 this year instead of $110 or whatever the hell it normally is. Like, that's the value is just unbelievable, ungodly at this point. So that was freaking amazing. Had a great time with you guys. We were laughing again when J-Rock jumped in out of the blue, surprise. It was freaking awesome, man. We were just having a good time. But everybody's loving it. The guns all feel great. The maps, I saw some people hating on maps. It's always going to happen. Again, you're not going to make everybody happy. For me, there wasn't a map I hated out of this bunch. There really was. Normally there is.
What was
Normally
your favorite?
I got one or two.
I know hands down.
The mall.
Rewind.
The mall.
The video store.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, with the strip mall. Yeah, I love that. I love all the lanes in that one. Easy to understand. Again, a lot of people talked about that prior to the beta launching, that Treyarch has gone back to more classic style 3-lane maps. Yes, there's still variety mixed in there. There's still, different ways you can go about going through, but you can tell now. They looked at the old maps and said, let's go really focus on getting back to the 3 lanes. And I thought Rewind did it great. Rewind just felt freaking amazing, bro. No matter what, the thing for Rewind was no matter what game mode we were playing, they all felt great on that map. Yeah. No matter what. So didn't matter.
I also like the train yard when I think I forget what it was called. Is it Derelict or I don't remember. But anyway, like it's
I can't remember the name.
But yeah, the train yard.
Skyline was cool too. In the mansion. Skyline was really dope. Loved all the different areas up there. Once you learn that map, it's really cool. The swimming pool in the middle. Yeah.
I like
domination on that. I love
the satellite too. I thought it was a good. Yeah. That's probably my least favorite out of the bunch, but that was still a really good map. It has like. The thing is with the maps that from the beta, every single one of them feels like a classic map.
Correct. Like, except for the small maps that we played on, what you call it.
those are just murder pits. That's all they should have been called.
That's all it is.
But yeah, those are crazy. But like, even those are going to be memorable for the people that like to farm those maps. You'll be it was Gala and then the mine shaft one. That I think that one might have been called the pit. I don't remember. But but all the main ones, like the traditional maps, each one felt like. This is going to be a memorable classic Call of Duty map, right? Like just well designed, original, like kind of like original, good theme to it. and that's what I like to see. But yeah, that rewind one, man, like it just feel kind of like so familiar if like you're like a 80s 90s kid, you know, like the going to the video store, you have like there's a beeper store next to it and stuff, and there's the chicken place over there. It's like it's just like we all have those in our hometowns or like in where we live. Just a place kind of like that, you know. And it kind of has this familiar feel with how they designed it, but it just makes for really good. They did a good job with designing it for the lanes, for everything. Like it just a fantastic job with the design on it, man. It is just it's a blast.
It's a blast.
Yeah,
it's really good, man. It's and again, all the weapons felt great. I even got a highlighted play with a sniper rifle map. You guys don't all understand. Sniper rifles. There are very few games where I can snipe. Battlefield is one of the few games where if I really do want to snipe, I can snipe in. Okay, at least the old ones, right? I don't ever use sniper anymore. Call of Duty, never. I just can't do it. I actually got a triple, like with the sniper, all headshots, all one shot, one kills. Like it actually felt really good. I was like, okay, I could actually see myself playing with this if necessary. Like during the daily goals, that's why I had to do it because it was a daily goal, right? So for bonus XP, you had to get 25 kills with sniper rifle. I was like, oh frick, do I even try this? And then I started playing with it. I'm like, hey, this ain't so bad. Let's do this. I even got a couple hip fire, one shot, one kills with the sniper rifles on people. Like I, no scoping. Like I was like, okay, this ain't bad. So, got to just hats off to Treyarch. They're doing a fantastic job. I can't wait to see what Raven's done with the campaign. But overall, if this is what we can expect from all the rest of the maps going forward, along with all the stuff that they've put in back into Call of Duty, with prestige levels coming back, classic prestige levels, like Steel was saying. Steel's a Warzone guy now. He even said this might be an actual classic Battlefield or not classic Call of Duty multiplayer that he gets back to again. Because of the prestige levels, because of how it's feeling. Like he's loving the Omni movement. So
the guns too, man. Like
yes, the guns.
The guns are fantastic. Yeah.
So it's just every gun I played with was fun. It really was. Pistols were fun. Everything was good. Like again, score streaks felt good. Like the new setup, how you kind of get your perks. That all felt good because you get bonus perks if you use all the same type of perk. Like there's all these different things. They got wild cards now where you can open up wild cards, which kind of change the whole your whole build. Really dope, man. Again, we didn't even get the full experience of all that. They just gave us a portion of it.
Yeah, I think we only had like 2 guns per gun type, I think, for the most part.
For the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you had the blueprints. If you ordered the Ultimate Edition, you got the blueprint for the big boys. Yeah, that's what I was running with.
Yeah, we'll, man, it has a lot of fun unlocking all the guns and playing through them.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Other than Call of Duty beta, it's been Age of Mythology for me. So I saw Siki saying, I haven't seen you guys on Age of Mythology. Siki, I got almost 15 hours in Age of Mythology, bro. I'm on Age of Mythology, right?
I've been running through like a skirmish or so every night. Yeah. He did say, let's see. Member for 3 months, Siki said. Mav Pong, which one is your go-to god in Age of Mythology? I like Set.
Bro, are you...
Is that yours?
Are we twinsing again? We are twinsing again. Are you kidding me right now? Are you serious?
Yeah, it's the upgrade path for like the abilities and everything. Bro. Like Set's my go-to right now. Bro,
Set with the Phoenixes. Those Phoenix, you get a flock of those Phoenix maps, it's over.
Yeah.
It's freaking. You get the Phoenix, okay? You get as many Phoenix as you can. You do still have some ground troops, whatever else, right? But then you, I forget which, what's the, God damn it. I can't think of the gods right now. I can't think of them offhand, the secondary gods. Anyways, you get the Phoenix birds. I literally, man, I don't know if you tried this yet, but I was running with like 20 Phoenix birds.
I haven't done that yet. No.
Again, the only way they can get taken down is by arrows, right? So they have problems, but when you get that many breathing fire on an arrow tower or even a fortress, Like it's going down fast.
Yeah.
The health is dropping fast. Like hero enemies just melts them because you got like 20 birds breathing fire. And the thing with the Phoenix is when they get killed, a lot of times they will form an egg on the ground, which after a period of time they come back for free. As long as the egg doesn't get destroyed.
I like the I think it has a set has a tornado as well.
There's one of the secondary gods that has tornado.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that.
I've got my run, but yeah, set. That's funny, Siki. Yeah, so Siki, I would have to say, like Mav, I am also set. Like that's not normal for me either. Normally, I like the Greek gods, and I have played with them. Most of the time, Zeus. I'm pretty classic with Zeus as it is. I have always liked his lineup, but now that I played, and I used to play with some Egyptians a little bit too. Never really liked the Viking gods, which is weird because I do like a lot of their stuff.
Yeah,
but
I tried
the
building, the building with them, with the dwarves and stuff,
weird.
and like
with the berserkers and stuff. But the berserkers, because they can build and attack, are pretty damn dope too.
But it's like hard to manage with the way the villager system works, like because you got to go actually seek them out individually a lot of times because it won't auto select the berserkers as a villager, right? So you have to go select one of them yourself in that case, and that could be kind of annoying, right? But it is what it is.
But yeah, so I tried the new god, the I forget his name, Frasier or whatever the hell it is. I can't remember his name now. Tried him last night for the Vikings because he opened up finally because he was locked off. Even if you had the ultimate upgrade, he was locked off until the full edition dropped.
Yeah.
You couldn't open him up. So I finally played with him last night. Pretty dope. He's got some powers that really, like, if you save up. The other thing with the Vikings, though, Mav, is too, you don't gain any favor unless you're battling.
Yeah.
So you can't have people praying at your temples either, right? So you got to battle. That's how you get everything back. So when you're not battling, you really can't call forth any of the big boys, like the special guys, the mythology creatures, until you go attack something, right? Which makes sense, again, as a Vikings. But once I kind of got that down, it was fun. I had a good time. Otherwise, man, I have been playing through the campaign because I told you I was going to play. Because you said you were having some problems. Haven't any problems yet. There's been some points, obviously, that gave me like some little bit of trouble.
What level? What difficulty are you playing?
I'm playing the one up.
The moderate? Okay.
Yeah, I'm playing moderate. But I'm on like chapter 7 or 8 now. So I've been playing through the campaign, but like you, I play 1 to 2 skirmishes a night. And then I play 1 or 2 levels of the campaign, depending on how much time I have. Like I said, 15 hours in. This is fantastic. Again, there are some things there's little things they need to fix, but no age has launched perfect. All of them have been tweaked over time. So I'm assuming now that this team is seeing the popularity and that it is getting played a lot. And a lot of people are talking really good stuff about it. They will work on this game. Can't wait to see them expand it out. I can't wait to get more gods. There's unlimited gods, right? So next is bringing in the Eastern gods. They had the Eastern gods in the original Age of Mythology. With the updates that they did back in the day, the DLC they had the Eastern gods. I can't wait for them to bring them in. So I'm looking forward to that. But Age of Mythology is amazing. It's everything that I love about Age, but even more, like I've said before, arcadish in a way.
Yeah, kind of just a more fun twist on it. Yeah.
It's not as serious all the time. And even though you watch one of our streams where Jasper, me, and Mav are playing, and it's freaking nothing but a laugh fest, or Psycho too. It's nothing but a laugh fest, right? As we're going, what the hell? Psycho's still building houses while we're getting attacked by armies, and Jasper's saving both me and Mav as we try to rebuild. But anyways, Age of Mythology is just a more fun version. I hate to say it because ages are fun. I'm just saying, like, jovial, like fun, like just more the way, because you're controlling all these fantastical creatures and stuff too. I just love how it's set up, and I love what they did with it. So shout out to the team. Like you said, man, people aren't talking about it because it's RTS, but you'll hear us talking about it. So I will continue to shout it out. One of my favorite games so far this year. Easy. This is great. This is everything I hoped they would do with Age of Mythology. And like I said,
and then finally they put one of those out where they hit the console and PC at the same time.
Yeah, the same time. And I want this success, man, because as you and I have talked, about it time and time again. Phil loves RTSs. Somebody in Xbox loves RTSs. Obviously, World's Edge is massive for them. Age is a big franchise for them, but they now own another big, massive franchise in StarCraft that needs to come back.
We talked about it last. What was it just last week? We talked about the like RTSs and like some of the publishers aren't happy. There was an article out there, but then now we see this launch and the Steam, even on Steam, the Steam numbers for it are solid, and I was like, Phil's got to be pretty damn happy about that. Like, and where does this go for their feelings on what they do with some of the other franchises? And I like StarCraft, Halo Wars, bring them back. I want to see.
I looked at all three Ages, Age 2 Definitive Edition, Age 4, and this one on Steam. It totals about 50,000 concurrent players.
Wow.
Bro. That's, I mean,
and all three of those are just like remastered, like type.
Well,
games,
Age 4 is the new one,
4,
right? But Age 4 is the new one. But Age 2's got more players than Age 4, right?
Yeah.
So Age 2 is more popular still. But again, 50,000 concurrent players, like amongst RTSs, pretty damn good for a niche genre, right? That's pretty damn dope for one publisher to have that many concurrent players on Steam. So there's still a lot of people playing RTSs, and I think we can still expect more in the future. But that's been pretty much my lineup because I've been waiting on Space Marine. I did go back. I should mention this. I did actually pick up. I've got the original Space Marine on my 360, and I had started playing it through it. I don't know, beginning of this year, I think, end of last year, beginning of this year on my OG 360, at awful frames and just. I mean, again, the game is still fun, but my God, it definitely, you can see its age. GOG had it on sale for $12. So I picked it up on GOG and I started playing it on the PC at full 60 frames. I didn't download any mods. Steel played it earlier this year with a bunch of mods that made it look prettier. I didn't do any of that, just played it straight up, but holy shit, 60, 120 plus frames at all times. Colors even better looking than the 360 colors, obviously, and obviously graphically shows its age, but still, I mean, again, when you're comparing to the 360 version, it's like night and day, and it holds up, man. I was having a blast running through Space Marine 1 again, because I got it, obviously got the feeling that I because I was waiting on Space Marine 2. So, but from here on out, Space Marine 2, man. And again, watching Steel play the PvP today a little bit, I caught bits of pieces of him playing that. This game looks fucking gorgeous, man. Like the detail in this is ridiculous. And watching ACG's review and a couple other people's reviews, video reviews, wow, they have done a masterful job here, Mav. I think it's at an 83, 84 right now on OpenCritic, which is very good for the type of game it is. I think it should be higher, but I think that I saw some people saying, I'm not seeing a lot of people buy this game right now. I beg to differ. I've seen a ton of people posting videos already talking about this game, talking about how much fun it is already. Campaign is supposed to be awesome. It's only 10 to 12 hours long. Spec Ops supposed to be really, really good. The only thing that people have said is that they could have more content than they currently have at launch, and it might start to feel repetitive after a while if you are playing it a lot. But they already have the roadmap out. They've already got it mapped out. They got tons of content coming. I think this is going to be the biggest hit the Warhammer franchise has seen in a long ass time, and I think that puts Warhammer, especially for Focus and Saber, on the map for AAA quality type Warhammer games, the way that they did it. And again, a complete game, right? Co-op, campaign, and straight up classic multiplayer, 6v6.
Just for the sake of it, like you said, that some people were saying, I haven't seen a lot of people buy it. Well, right now, this is just for the early release version. It is number 5 on Steam at 130 or 112,000 people currently playing it. And it's peaked at 134,000 so far.
There we go. And it's got mixed reviews.
Yeah.
It's got mixed reviews. Some people, BT Maverick, shout out to BT's in our chat right now. He had hit me and Steel up and said, why has it got mixed reviews on Steam? Because he couldn't see the reviews at his work. It's got mixed reviews on Steam, mostly because of the Epic requirement. It uses Epic Online services, and the PC community is not happy that you have to use Epic, that you have to sign Epic's EULA. Okay.
Yeah.
So again, it's one of those PC centric things. that the PC master race, right? The PC fanboys, just like they showed Arrowhead, right? When Helldivers 2 came out and backtracked and said, "Oh, by the way, you got to sign into Sony," and they obviously blew up. People are finding out that you have to sign into Epic Online Services, and they're not happy. So that's why the mixed reviews are there. There's some people claiming there's some freezing issues and some performance issues, but overall, Steel hasn't had any yet. Most of the people that I've seen have not had any performance issues. People are saying this is one of the best optimized games that they've seen come out in a long time. Shout out to Oh No, It's Alex. He is saying this is a freaking perfect game for PC. Like he's putting out a video tomorrow entitled Perfect, all about Space Marine 2. He is absolutely loving this game, and you know how critical he is of any game that comes to PC because he does performance reviews over there. So can't wait to hear what he has to say. But yeah, that's the only reason why it's mixed on Steam right now. But those are some big numbers for a Warhammer game. Those are some nice numbers, bro.
Actually,
for early access.
I mean, obviously, like Black Myth Wukong has like a crazy peak, right? But currently, right now, there's actually more people playing the early release version of Space Marine 2 than Black Myth Wukong.
It's a PC gamer's game, man.
Yeah,
it is. It's old school.
So you have the only things above Space Marine 2 right now is Source SDK base 2007, Dota 2, Banana, which I don't know what that is, but it seems like
it's the Banana game. You ever heard the Banana game?
I've never heard of the
You literally all you do is click on a banana.
Okay. Well, there's 500,000 people almost playing Banana.
Because you earn banana pictures that you can sell.
Banana pictures that you can sell?
You know, Steam, you can earn those little rewards, you know? And you can turn around and you can actually sell them. There's a shop. So they tell you your daily value, like if you really want to sell them. Like they're cents, okay? They're pennies. But there are some bananas that are selling literally for hundreds of dollars that you can earn through the banana game. But it's literally clicking a banana.
Okay. And then Counter-Strike 2. I don't know what else to say.
There's nothing to say. It's a different world on PC. It's dumb shit like that you got to scratch your heads and go, what are we doing?
Right.
What? That's what it is, man.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah. So anyways, but yeah, no, good numbers. I did not know it. I had not looked at the concurrent numbers. I was not expecting that for early access. I was not expecting that for early access. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, and so, like for people say, oh, you know, you can get it cheaper on PC and all this stuff. This is early access. Like the cheapest you can get is like that. I was able to find is like $77 to get into the early access.
I bought the Ultra for because that's the gold edition. I bought the Ultra edition for 87, I want to say, instead of the 100 and whatever it is.
Yeah, it's like $10 more
through Green Game. But again, it is nice on PC that you do save a lot of money for PC. But it's not that big a deal to jump in. I can't wait to see opening day launch. If we're getting 100 and some thousand, and it's performing well for most people. And people are seemingly really enjoying themselves. This is a gamer's ass game.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what this is a throwback. This is for all the Gears fans that have been missing Gears. Like, this is what this game is. It doesn't pull any punches. It doesn't hide what it is. It doesn't try to circumvent expectations. It just go kill shit. Right? Just go kill shit. And if you want to hop in with some buddies and kill shit, great. If you want to fight another team and kill each other, great. We got you covered nonstop. And it's bloody. It's gory. It's all of it. You are big hulking Space Marines. You are 9-foot human beings, genetically altered, that the regular soldiers call you angels when you drop onto the field because you are so damn powerful and you're taking on thousands of Tyranids at the same time. And that's the other thing ACG pointed out. ACG said this game does swarms of enemies like basically no other game has ever done it before, or as good as any game has done it before. But he said probably the best as far as maximum number of enemies. He's like, legitimately, you're at like 1,000 enemies on the screen. He's like,
crazy.
That's what's fighting. He's like, there's stuff going on in the background, of course, that they have, running around that you never really get to fight because it's in the background. But he said there's hundreds in the background too running around. And he's like, I've never seen it or felt like anything like this. He's like, it's nuts. So I can't wait. Jumping in.
Yeah.
So, welcome everybody. PM of the PM. Thank you all for being here. Over 100 people, amazing people in here, Mav, and we're gonna shout them all out here. And I got to get to this first too. Unless you want, what else you got to say?
No, I was gonna say, yeah, MASH. We had some.
Yeah, we had the Monster Mash in here. Yeah. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, aboard the Speculators hype train. Welcome aboard. And welcome to PM and the PM, Pong and Mav and the PM on a nice Thursday night. We've been cruising along at an easy Mach 2.0, as we always like to do. Me and Mav are your engineers for this evening's ride across the gaming universe. The tracks are clear. Everything's looking good, but we do need you to pay attention right now. Because if you didn't notice while we were talking, the Monster Mash, the Mash Burn came overhead. And he dropped off a couple bags of coal. So me and Mav have been busy while we've been talking, shoveling coal into that burning hot furnace, making it burn a little hotter. So we are now up to an easy Mach 3.0 because the Mash got on the court with a nice windmill dunk. That's right, everybody, a nice 10 bomb. We added 2 more cars of speculators to this hype train tonight. So welcome aboard, all you new speculators. Since you have not been here before, please take your seats, pay attention to the attendants. They're going to show you how to buckle up those four-point harnesses and get them locked in tight. Because you don't know how fast Mach 3 is until you've been aboard the Speculators hype train. And you're keeping us all ad-free in 2024. Remember, #NoBeans. And remember, your goal for September. That's right. We are in a new month, everybody. You guys didn't hit last month. You missed it by like $3,000. Okay. We're going to keep it ad-free still around here, but got to do better this month, folks. So your goal this month is going to be a nice round 7,000. But we're going to give you credit for Monster Mash's 10, right? So we're going to say you just got to come up with 6,800 for the rest of September. Nice and easy, everybody. Nice and easy. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Welcome aboard the Speculators hype train.
Choo-choo.
Appreciate y'all.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so let's get the shout outs done for all these cool people in the chat, and then we'll get down to business because we got Sony magic to talk about, Mav. We got a lot of Sony magic to talk about tonight.
Sony Magic Series S.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. We'll
oh, we have to touch on it, man. Like, I don't know if
do we really have to. Anyways, we'll get into it.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't have to because I had a whole stream where half of it ended up being that conversation. You know, but
yes, that's right. All right, everybody, let's talk about this. Dion Hayes is in the house. That's right. Dion Hayes says this will be a great gaming weekend for everybody to play what you love and what you like gaming forever. That's right. You almost did my whole bit. Play what you love what you play.
Yeah, it's like you wanted those words to come out of your mouth, but you're
I did. I almost did it just naturally. Oh, the OCD gamer! Shout out to the OCD gamer jumping in here. Just wanted to donate a little OCD gamer with the easy 5-finger roll layup. That's right. Thank you, OCD gamer. Appreciate you so much, brother. So much. All right. And that is your 10th super on live stream. When did we start doing anniversary?
I don't know. I just noticed
Did you
that.
See that? I was like, what is that 10?
He had balloons with a 10. It's his 10th.
It says, let's celebrate their 10th super. Dude, they're now keeping track of how many supers people do.
Yeah.
Yo. Okay. All right, YouTube. Just, again, achievement
it's like a birthday.
I know. That's what I thought. I was like, is that an anniversary? Like 10 months? Like, what is that?
Are you finally 10 years old, OCD?
OCD. Monster Mash, of course, is in here. Mash, what's going on? Choo-choo, motherfucker. Doom Reaper's in the house. What's going on? Doom says it's the bullet train. OCD says, I just noticed that too. Yeah, it's a little strange, man. New stuff pops up on YouTube and it's like, what's going on? Poison Maniac, of course, is joining us. Thank you, Poison. Always love to see you in the chat, sir. God Emperor Sofa Gang. What's up, God Emperor? Said it's the team that did a World War Z. Yes, and they've got their own engine for that called the Swarm Tech. So, but it's even better, ACG said, than World War Z. So I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to experience it tonight. But yes, God Emperor, you are correct. Bring the facts. Moggs E says, evening, lads. Evening to you, Moggs E. Always great to have you part of the show. We got Nop Omar in the house. What's going on, Nom? Great to see you. It says love selling a good banana picture. Nom, I don't think we're talking about the same type of bananas.
Some people
for
send
some reason.
banana pictures unsolicited.
Yeah, some people do. Oh my God. Decado, the one and only Decado's in here, and he says Space Marines 2 is honestly my game of the year right now. Yo! And this is from the man who's already put in hundreds of hours into the First Descendant this year. Decado, seriously, already? Can't wait to jump in, brother. We're gonna have some fun, man. Who else we got in here? Brett Bingham is in the house. He goes, Brett Bingham, that's somewhat true. I listened to the dev commentary. Groups of enemies are actually one unit until they get within the distance to the players in Space Marine 2. However they do the magic, I don't give a shit. I just know what I see on screen, and it looks freaking amazing. But that's awesome. Thank you for the backup knowledge there, Brett. Appreciate that. Ghost Wolf 3599. What's going on? It says working and lurking. Hope your work goes as swiftly as possible and you can get home soon, Ghost Wolf. Thank you for tuning in, and I hope we can pass your time a little bit faster tonight, man. Punty050, what's going on, Punty? Says fun circulation. That was awesome. Throws up the trains. Thank you, Punty. Who else we got in here? Let's keep going back up again. We got the Snooky Jackson in the house. You tell me that they give Space Marine an 84, but give Astrobot a 94? It's all just opinions, man. Snooky, that's what they tell us. It's all opinions. Who cares? Well, don't look at that shit, man. Who cares? Who cares? Just opinions. Just normal people making opinions. Snooky, great to see you. Glad to have you part of the show. Cyber Gunter's in the house. The newly married Cyber Gunter. Congratulations again, sir. Again, beautiful pictures. You posted them publicly, so much love to you and your new bride, sir. You guys look extremely happy and look great. So shout out to you, man. Thank you for being here. BT Maverick 707. What is going on, brother? We got Michael Yu is in the house. What's going on? Great to see you. We got Alvin. What's going on? Alvin said it's also number 2 on Twitch, or at least was an hour ago. So damn, a lot of people are watching Space Marine 2 as well, which means more buyers, Mav, which means official launch day should be pretty damn big too. That's awesome to hear, Alvin. Mongoose Mall. What's going on, Mongoose Mall? It says normal version comes out Monday. That is true, sir. Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember what the actual release. I think in the US it might be Monday night. Can't remember times anymore. Rainbolt, what is going on? Says installing Age of Mythology right now. Let's go. Let's go. Age of Mythology. The more people playing it, the better. So freaking cool, man. Have fun. Have a lot of fun. Spartan 661. Always good to see you, brother. Thank you for being in here tonight and joining us. Who else we got in here? Scrolling. Isaac Hayes 85. What's going on? Says, what's up, everyone? Hope you all had a great week so far. Yeah, it's been a nice short week, a very, very short week. I got tomorrow off. Gonna be playing a ton of Space Marine 2 with my brother Steele, and that rolls right into Saturday morning too. Oh my God, I didn't get to do a whole lot of gaming last weekend and the prior week, so this is gonna feel good, man. I'm getting a lot of gaming in this weekend, and a game I've been waiting on, one of my most anticipated. It's gonna be a juicy weekend. Plus Call of Duty beta coming back, second go around. I'll be jumping back into that. Life is good right now, man. We're going to be gaming. We got Seeky in the house. What's up, Seeky? Villagers have been bugging out for you guys. I've never had that problem in AoE 4. Yes, that is still one of the things that does happen, Seeky, from time to time. It's much better than what I played in the beta. They definitely polished some of the villager issues. But do they still have problems? Yes, they still have problems. They're not perfect. They stop working. They don't go where you direct them to. Sometimes you direct them multiple times and they'll stand there. Like, there is still some of that polishing that they got to work on. Again, each of the ages have had problems when they've come out, but they've worked them out and they've gotten all those kind of fixed and patched over. So hopefully that happens here. Again, it's not massive problem. It's just annoying from time to time. I haven't come across anything like gigantic where I'm like, oh my God, or I haven't lost any saves, or nothing like, I haven't had any crashes, nothing like that's happened. So there hasn't been any big ones, just little annoyances here and there that could be better. And they need to tighten up for sure. Again, it's an RTS. That's one of the things with RTS. Like, it's every second counts in RTSs, depending on the difficulty level. Every second counts. So agree with you there, Siki. Masshole 1977. What is going on, Masshole? Great to see you. Let's see here. We've got Masshole says, anyone know what they're talking about? Must have been our age talk. Masshole might not play RTSs. It's all right, Masshole. Love you, man. Thank you for being here. Ooh, we got the one and only Steel Rain dropping in here, taking off from the Space Marine 2. He might still be playing it, in fact. But he has been loving Space Marine 2. He's only been doing the PvP. We will start the campaign tomorrow morning because we are doing co-op. So we are going to have a blast tomorrow morning. Roberto Z, what is going on, Roberto Z? Great to see you. Says the marksman is fire too. I wonder if the marksman I wonder which one. What are you talking about there? Stubborn Cam, what is going on? Great to see you. Says day 3 Activision still has not proved my ban appeal. Oh, quick side note, by the way. Mav, update to my Ubisoft problem.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is an ongoing story.
This is still ongoing. I still have not played Star Wars Outlaws, right? You guys didn't hear me talk about it, right? So I finally got a message back from my ticket that I did submit. And I finally got a message back. And they said, we needed to verify that you are the actual account holder. Verification cleared. You're good there. What email address do you want to change to? So I gave him the email address that I want to change to. Day rolls by, get another email. It's been completed. Email is now changed. You can go ahead and log in. Cool. I had to wait until I got home. Got home. This was last week on Wednesday or Thursday. Can't remember. So anyways, I log in. Oh, no, wait. Maybe it was Monday. Was this Monday? God damn, I don't remember. I lost track of time because of the freaking holiday and stuff. Anyways, so I log in. Sure enough, hey, cool. Shows my email address, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Great. Try to log in to Connect, right? Ubisoft Connect. No, invalid. 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 Invalid password email. Invalid. Okay. So go back into the account. Oh, you must verify your email address. Oh, okay, cool. Need to verify my email address. No problem. Send email. So I click the send email link. Wait. Nothing. Nothing shows up. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, right? I went and did shit, right? Whatever. Come back, still nothing. Okay, we'll go back in there. Send again. Send again. Nothing.
Nothing in spam.
Nothing in spam, nothing anywhere, bro. Did a full fucking search, everything like possible, like not. They won't send me the verification email, so I've had to go back, reopen the ticket, Mav, and tell them now they have to manually send me a freaking verification email because your system won't send me a damn verification email by itself. So now I'm waiting on that. So, anyways. That's the update to my Ubisoft.
It would be amazing if you could just like be on the phone with somebody and like just take 5-10 minutes or whatever and get this done.
2 minutes, literally, bro. 2 minutes, literally. They could stay. Again, it doesn't even have to be on the phone. It can be like Amazon, where it's just a live Zoom chat, like a live chat. That's all it's got to be, a live chat. Hey, having this issue. Cool. I'm going to send you the verification email now. Tell me when you receive it.
Right. Oh, I'm not getting it. There's a problem. I see what happened here. Yeah. Okay. We can fix it. Yeah. This is instead. It's like days go by waiting for replies.
I'm on 2 weeks, Mav. 2 weeks that I've paid for Ubisoft Plus Premium that I have not been able to use it over a 2-minute problem. Like this is getting to the point of real frustration now. So, and they haven't answered to my reopening the ticket. So this is a real frustration right now with Ubisoft. So I'm getting borderline again. I've got plenty to play. I'm not freaking out, but have I been really wanting to play Star Wars Outlaws? A lot of people are saying it's fucking great. A lot of people are saying the reviews are wrong. I want to go in and check it out for myself because I was hyped as hell about this game, and I want to see if they were wrong and if I agree. So I'm starting to get frustrated.
I'm enjoying the game so far. Like,
good,
I see
good, bro. That gives me a lot of confidence that I will too.
It's a relaxing, more kind of casual adventure game, like as opposed to like hardcore combat, and it's like simple, but it takes you on a journey, right? And there's a lot of fun things to do in the game, like with the side quests and things, and you can kind of explore and kind of get immersed in the world a little bit. But it doesn't have the best graphics in the world. Sometimes the characters look a little funny, right? Like overall though, like man, it's a kind of Star Wars game that I wish I'd been able to play for a long time, you know?
Right.
So
that's what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
So so
it's a little Disney. I think you'll find that as well. But
I'm gonna hate it. I'm gonna hate Nick's. I'm gonna hate Nick's. I've already watched people's gameplay and I'm like, this is stupid. They're like, oh my god, he's like the greatest thing ever. Look at it. First of all, he's so cute, and second of all, he does so many moves and he distracts the enemies. And I'm like, it's all bullshit. I'm like, well, I'll do that on my own. I don't need Nick's running around with me. It's force fed. Oh god, I hate it. Anyways,
so let me give you an example of some of the game. There's one mission, right? Early on in the game, and you have to go to like this base that's you talk to one of the syndicate people, right? And there's a little bit of spoilers, but this is early. The point of this is just to give an idea of kind of what some of the gameplay can be like, right? So, you know, I've already gone past some like stealth missions and some like speeder bike things and like going around, and I do another stealth mission where I have to go steal something and all this other kind of stuff, right? And I've already had a great mix of gameplay. Then it asked me to go, hey, take a job. So I take this job, right?
Right.
This job's out on this planet, kind of. I have to ride on my speeder bike a little ways. I get there, I have to go up into the mountains to talk to somebody who's scoping out this town, right?
Yeah.
So I talk to this person who's scoping out this town, find out what they want me to do, and I'm like, okay, I accept, right? So I'm like, all right. So I see this like town base, whatever it is. They got I forget what they're called. You know, it's like big, like elephant-like creatures in pens here. And your job is you're supposed to try and take out this base and like basically free them, right?
Sure.
So I'm like, okay, so you know, there's a couple ways to go in. Like you can go through the front. There's a side way you can go in. There's another way on the other side you can go in. You can go up a cliff and kind of go in that way. You can take out the people at this one sub base before you go into the main base area. This is all outside, right? And well, if you kind of just go guns blazing, it can be a little tough. Because this is early on, you don't have a lot of health, you know. You have tons of people shooting at you and all this other kind of stuff. So you can die pretty quick there. Gameplay is still pretty simple, but if you get hit a few times, it's over, right? So, you know, I decided, hey, I'm going to walk around to the back, around the cliffs, and just see if I can find another way in. Well, my intuition paid off, and I found a way to climb in from the back, right? Just because I was thinking about it that way instead of, you know, what the game, it seems like, I knew you would, right? That's why I'm bringing it up. So I sneak into the back and take out, there's one or two guards to take out stealthily. Then I can sneak into the base. And then from there, I have to plant a bomb. Then I have to escape, right? Then I do that. But right before I do, there's a double cross situation that prompts. But somebody shows up and like, hey, you did amazing. But let me tell you who I really worked for. Do you want to do this or you want to do that? Tell me now, because your reputation is going to go up or down depending on what you choose, right? And your rewards may also go up and down depending on what you choose, right? So that's a thought. And I'm like, okay, well, fuck. Do I want to screw over the pikes or the huts, or what do I want to do here? Or do I the Crimson Dawn?
The Crimson Fleet.
Yeah, it's Crimson Fleet. And so I was like, okay, well, I made my decision. I ran with it, and then I go take my payment, or I have to escape the base first. So I go the back way and get on my speeder bike and I hightail it. Then I go get my payment, and you know, then there's a whole nother dialogue that's different because of the decision that I made.
I love it. It sounds great to me. Again,
that's what it is. Yeah,
adding to my excitement. Now you're making me more pissed off at Ubisoft.
Right. But that's just a side mission.
Yeah, that's just a side mission, and that's what I'm talking about. Like again, this is why I was excited for this game, and I just need to see it for myself. I just want to. Anyways, I want to add it to the rotation. So hopefully my Ubisoft trials and tribulations are fixed soon. But right now we're still not fixed. Partway, they did it great. Again, I didn't have to ask them twice, and they got my email address perfect. I was like, yo, great, awesome. I see it. Beautiful. Of course not fixed. Man, we got the Roberto Z in the house. What's going on, Roberto? Thank you for joining us. We got the man with the biggest stick in the entire community, and he swings it freely, and he's not afraid to use it in the chats. That's right, the one and only Boss Mod Lethal Papa joined us. If you're still here, Boss Mod, great to see you, brother. Thank you for dropping on in here. We got Porky Soda in here. What's going on, Porky Soda? Great to see you joining us. Oh my God, a name I haven't seen in a long ass time. I don't know if you're still here, brother, but Septic Sauce, the one and only Gaz, running on through here, man. Appreciate you, Gaz. Good to see you, brother. Been a minute, man. So thank you for dropping in and saying hi, and calling Mav a pony, because that's really what he is. And who else we got here? We got Connor Garrity in the house, a Stellar Blade Game of the Year contender also. Yeah, it could. They could get some award. There was a lot of people who loved the hell out of that game, but journalist-wise, no. It got a lot of Harry Potter from some of the journalists because, again, we
I think it's going to be considered a good game. It could be up in like certain categories, like action game,
or
stuff
that's what I'm
like
saying.
that.
It'll be up for some awards.
Overall,
Game of the Year?
Yeah, no.
I don't think so. I think there's too much competition this year, but it's still a great game. I can't wait till it shows up on PC. They're working on the PC port. I'll be playing it day one there. Mods are gonna be fucking nuts. Again, it's gonna be insane. But I can't wait to play Eve. Honestly, I think it looks like a great game. So, we will be there. E Ranks, what is going on? He said I hated Derelict mainly because I got lit up every time for some reason. Skyline was my fave though. Hey. That happens. Again, normally, like I said, there usually is 1 to 2 maps early on in Call of Duty that I really don't like. There was with Modern Warfare 3, there was with Modern Warfare 2. This is like one of the first Call of Duties in a long time where I really didn't have a single problem with any of the maps. Even when I was getting killed a lot, all the maps just really felt good. Like I understood what they were going for. It didn't take long to understand and to, get a relatively good grasp of where things were on the maps and how you could travel through, what people were running to. I just thought they did a nice job. It all just felt really intuitive, much like the Omni movement. So, E-Ranks, but I do feel you, man. I usually do have those maps as well. Let's see here. Who else is here? We got Tamales in the house. What's going on, Tamales? Says, might be hopium, but I hope the next gen Phil is replaced by someone who cares about the console. Ooh, brother. Ooh. Tamales, again, you're welcome to your opinion, man, but we can't forget, if Phil's not in charge, Xbox 95 to 98% done. Like, they might exist as a third-party publisher, but the Xbox, in any shape or form, hardware-wise, would not be here if it wasn't for Phil. I can't get behind the Fire Phil shit. I really can't. Again, do I like what he's doing? Do I like all his decisions? I don't. I hate it. I'm old school. I want him going toe-to-toe. Right? I want that competition. I want that flat out competition, especially now that they got Microsoft on board. But I can't. I can't get behind. But again, everybody's opinion is valid because it's just your opinion, man. I think Phil at least starts the next gen, sees the launch of the next gen, and then maybe he will retire. And he'll be replaced though. Let's be real. It's going to be Sarah Bond or it's going to be Matt Booty. So if you think it's going to suddenly change and be something completely different than what Phil's already started, it's not, because Microsoft's in charge. The money men in charge. Okay? The money men are calling the shots. And the money men don't care about the console. Money men care about money. Period. But they are going to double down on consoles. They're going to double down on hardware. And I think they're going to come with something really cool because, as Mav and I have talked about at length, it has to be compelling.
Yeah.
If they're going to continue to try to sell hardware, they have to be even more compelling than they were in the past because of all the decisions they've made, meaning that they're going to have to go out of the box big time.
And the reason they're going to, again, is because of money. Like, it's the people don't understand that aspect. Like, to throw away the console at like completely next generation would be like throwing away like a good portion of your business. And they're just not ready to do that yet until they can get more and more people to move on to other formats or ways of access. And that's going to take more technology and advancements, basically, for that to happen. It's already happened this generation, right? But it's going to happen more and more as the time keeps going. But as long as there is 30, 40 million to be willing to buy a piece of hardware to make that their default store access point for the Xbox ecosystem, they're not going to throw away those Game Pass subscribers. They're not going to throw away those people that buy the Call of Duties or the play the Fortnite and have all the microtransactions for Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft, like all these other games. Now Genshin is coming to Xbox, so they're gonna have players on there too. Like they're not gonna just throw away all these like millions and millions and millions of people that like to spend money in that ecosystem for the sake of not having to release hardware. They're gonna release the hardware for those that are willing to buy it and want to buy it, just because they know they're gonna make a lot of money off of them. It's just a money thing. Like regardless if it's the number one way that people access Xbox or if it's just a way, as long as there's enough people, it's worthwhile for them to keep making it, and that's going to happen for a long time. The number one subscribers to Game Pass is console users.
Right.
The number one spenders of games in the Microsoft ecosystem is console users. So maybe they're going to sell less as the generations continue. I think that's probably going to happen unless they come out with something really interesting, like Pong says. Compelling. Right, but we'll see what happens over time.
And again, if they got the handheld could swoop in. Could be that moneymaker, right? It could be. Yeah. So
for me, I'm just worried about what games I can fucking play, and hey, I'm happy.
Yep, exactly. Andrew Cullinane is in the house. What's going on, Andrew? The one and only Nate Dog. I see you dropping in here. Nate says, Mav talking smack about PlayStation all week, and they drop a 94 Epic. Yeah, Mav was getting a little.
I was having fun, man. Yeah,
a little toxic.
Fucking doing the two-step on the grave of Concord while the journalist.
Why? Who cares?
Because it's fun. Like here's the reason why I was having fun with that is because the games media was all just trying to play like friendly with it, and I'm like, hey, you guys try and kill all these different games before they even come out, right? They try and sabotage and talk shit about all these games before they even release, and then they actually fail. And then after they fail, they write articles about how these kinds of games are horrible for the industry. These games never should have existed, and are so happy that the gamers are speaking for their wallets. Meanwhile, the developers are getting laid off and all these other kind of things. They're so happy to dance on the graves and celebrate the failures of all these other things. But when it's PlayStation, oh my God, how can we possibly even consider even talking about how bad this is, how bad PlayStation did? Fuck that. I'm going to dance on the graves, and I'm going to celebrate the fact that you guys actually showed what hypocrites you are. That's why I'm dancing. I'm dancing because you showed yourself. Every single one in the games media who is trying to baby PlayStation showed who they really are. And
done this every time.
Yeah. 100%. And so I'm being sarcastic as hell with that shit.
I know.
But it's just it's ridiculous to see the double standards that are thrown out there.
Oh, of course.
You know. People saying, "Hey, nobody should be celebrating when a game from your favorite a platform that's not your favorite fails."
Oh no, I know. I saw Chris drink. I saw Chris drink.
Really, bro? Really?
Yeah. Again, it's something normal. I just. Oh, we're gonna talk about it real quick. Night Turtle, I see you dropping in here. Thank you, Night Turtle, for being a part of the show tonight. Calorie, what's going on, Calorie? Great to see you as well, brother. Who did I see in here earlier? Hold on, let me see here. Let me see if I can find it again. We got so many people in here. Saw somebody talking about Test Drive. Test Drive also dropped, Mav. I remember that when that was on the top of your list, bro. I remember when you were really excited for Test Drive.
Yeah, it's kind of far low on the list now. After I had played the Test Drive beta that was on Steam.
Yes.
Yeah, I tried it and I was like,
Yes.
okay, yeah, this is a little far behind, you know.
Yeah, I talked about it when I
Uh,
played the beta too. Somebody brought it up and said that they were playing it, and the impression was that they wasn't so. Yeah, right here. Oh, Brett Bingham was. Brett Bingham. Shout out to Brett. He said, "Fun speculation of Pong Soul started playing TDU Solar Crown today. It is TDU's 2's true successor. On the fact that it is definitely worse than it was. Yeah, that's the impression that I got from the beta. It was fine at points when it worked." But that was another problem. It didn't work a lot of the time. But did I think that was like a full price racing game, even compared to like what we currently have for Need for Speed? No. I was like, what are we doing here? And then Mav, launch has not been pretty for Test Drive Unlimited. They've had the same exact issues that they had during the beta. Same exact server issues. Same exact problem with people not, and it was for PC and console players I saw. Same exact issues when you got logged in. You'd go to a race, you couldn't log into the race. You couldn't and it's always online. Again, it's always online. So there is no, hey, I'm just gonna play offline. Sure, you can just drive around, but you can't do anything. So yeah, sad, man. Really sad. Because I love Test Drive back in the day. I really did.
yeah.
But the same issues, man. So yeah, Brett, we definitely feel your pain. Let's see if I missed anybody else down here. We got sidetracked so many times and people talking and everything else. Love you all. Caitlin, I see you jumping in here. So beautiful. Thank you, Caitlin, again for the thumbnail. Charlie Hustles in the house. What's going on, Charlie? Great to see you as well all the time. Thatch, I see you, Thatch. Said, after playing the training mission and Black Ops 6, I knew I was in big trouble. Yeah. The training mission did a nice job. Vignesh. Ooh, I'm going to butcher your name, sir. I apologize. Vignesh Kolapunani.
Kuala Panani.
Kualapanani. We'll go Kualapanani. That's fine. That's fine. More games like this and less live service crap no one wants. Again, it's a great opinion. It's your opinion. A lot of people in your boat don't like the live service things. I'm never going to.
I like both.
I like both. I don't have a problem. I love the free-to-play model. First Descendant has been freaking amazing for me as a free-to-play model. Again, funded the developers twice on my choice. Right? Yeah. My decision. So I like all the models. I don't have a problem with battle passes. Again, my choice. I don't have a problem with season passes. My choice. I have zero issues with any which way that they do gaming nowadays. Again, it's up to me. I'm the one that gets to choose what I invest into those games and what I don't invest. If you have severe FOMO, and that's the reason why you hate those games, because you're one of those people that can't stop themselves or help themselves when they jump into one of those games, I get it, right? It's tough. Ain't no joke. They built their games around that concept. So if you can't have that self-control, totally get it. It would suck, right? And I get the idea that people have that they would just rather pay for the game full price up front, get everything included, and not have all those add-ons. I get that too. Can appreciate that. And you got to speak with your wallet and not buy the games that are like that bother you. Absolutely 100%. But for me, I love all those models, man. I love the traditional model, and I love all the new models, including free-to-play. I think free-to-play is dope as fuck. I'm not going to lie. I think it's awesome. The fact that I got a game like First Descendant come out on Unreal Engine 5 that looks absolutely drop-dead gorgeous, that gives me thousands of hours of playability that I never would have to spend a dime unless I choose to do so on. I think I never could imagine that as a kid either, man. Just like I couldn't imagine Game Pass, right? I could never imagine games being handed to me for free, Mav.
Yeah, I know.
Say, hey, go have fun. Go have fun. Oh, if you want to buy these skins, please feel free to buy these skins, right? Otherwise, just go have fun. And if you like the game, but you just decide grinding isn't for you and you want to delete the game, go ahead.
I think the industry needs both. You know,
yes,
I think they needs both.
This call for smaller games too by the journalist map is starting to annoy me. It's starting to bother me a little bit. We're starting to do that thing
Yeah.
where all the journalists jump on one train. And again, the journalists are supposed to be speaking to the consumers, right? And some of them have been in this industry for a long time and seen all the changes. Why is it all or nothing with these people? That's the thing. Why is it all or nothing?
It's just whatever the talking point narrative is at the time. But like the thing with that too, though, is they say like, oh yeah, just like I'm sick of all these big games. I want games to be 15 to 20 hours for $70, and I'm like, that used to be a big game,
right?
You know what I mean? Like,
but why can't we have both?
We can.
Like I right. But the way they talk about shit, it's just so weird.
Yeah, it's like everything else is like asinine, you know?
Yeah.
Let's create this little box of what we want gaming to be and hope that everything fits with inside of it, right? That's the way a lot of people are.
This is how, in fact, that we got this game for the modern audience bullshit that is now failing left and right. This is how we got this, was by people claiming that this is what everybody fucking wanted. And then that nobody shows up for them because nobody wants them. Again, this is the thing. This is the thing that has been dismissed. Gears of War, dismissed. Nobody plays dude bro shooters anymore. And yet now we have examples like Helldivers 2, like Space Marine 2, coming out proving that people want dude bro shooters where you just go kill shit for fun. But we were told nobody plays that anymore. Nobody wants that anymore.
Yeah, the AAA this was like the idea back then is like the AAA games model is dying, right? Yes. Like they can't do this kinds of games anymore. But then you have like the thing interesting about Warhammer Space Marine 2 is it's the most like traditional like twist on our new age twist on the old school formula, right? Where you're getting all the bells and whistles and all the modes and everything there at launch, right? You're getting the PvP, you're getting the co-op, and you're getting the single player campaign, and it's like in a AAA like graphics and everything package, right? But it takes like a publisher and a developer that isn't the biggest and the most mainstream popular ones to do something like this. And guess what? And now it's number 1 in sales on Steam. Right? And it's like, that should send everybody a message that games like this can and will continue to succeed. It's always dependent on one thing. The really how exciting the game is and how good it is. Like how willing people are to look forward to play it, and how you launch the game, the hype you're able to generate, the marketing. And we got to hand it to everybody with the Warhammer team and Space Marine 2 is like, they've done a fantastic job marketing it. They've done a great job getting everything content complete for launch, you know, and they've released a full package game. A game-ass game like we used to get in the 360 days, like and left and right, you know, like, and this game comes out and it's doing monster numbers. And man, this is the kind of things, though, that the rest of the industry takes notice on. And are like, oh, well, I guess we were wrong in the past that we can do that, actually.
Yes.
Still.
Yes.
You know, we told ourselves we can't, right?
This is what they should be writing. This is what the journalists, we want games that have a campaign, that have a single player, that have a co-op, and have a PvP. We want those games coming back. Right? We want those complete packages again, right? Because that's, again, where the value is. They can be shorter, the campaigns. Space Marine 2's campaign is only 10 to 12 hours long. That's fine in the type of game that they give you like, co-op, ops, exactly, they give you PvP. Yeah. Like, that's beautiful. Call of Duty, same damn thing, right? That's where we should be clamoring for. We should be clamoring for the Spider-Mans to come along with being shorter and more focused, also having a PvP mode or a co-op
or
mode
like a Last of Us.
Or Last of Us doing what they used to do, which is also have a PvP mode.
Or like Uncharted used to have like a PvP as well, like had multiplayer, like, but they all of a sudden get excused to not have these things. And
No,
because
no.
they need to be turned into something else, and then they get a pass when they don't even have it at all.
Sony needs more IP, by the way, folks, too, which we're going to talk about.
No,
Sony needs more
we haven't
IP.
even
They
gotten
need
into
more
our
original IP.
topics yet.
No,
What's
we haven't
happening?
gotten our topics.
What's happening on the show? We're still in the middle of intros and shout-outs.
Nah, it's living split screen all over again, bro. This is what you and I do it, and Steele and I do it. It's perfect.
We're an hour and 40 minutes in. Holy fuck balls.
Well, an hour and 20
a half.
because we started late.
Yeah.
Hour and 20 in. Yes, this is what we do, man. This is what real gamers do. Again, you can have all these other shows that have all their topics laid out, and they just go by the book, paint by numbers, right? Podcasts, whatever. They might be really entertaining. Great. Fantastic. When you come to our shows here, whether it's anything on this channel, Fun Speculation, whether it's Living Split Screen, we don't do that shit, man. This is off the cuff. This is us just talking. And if we get sidetracked, if people bring up good topics, or if we think about something, we're going to talk about it, man. Because we're gamers, bro. That's what we do. Love y'all. Thank you for joining us tonight on our craziness. Anonymous Boss. What's going on, Anonymous Boss? I miss Z's shows. Bro, Nate Dogg, I've watched a couple of Z. Listen, can't understand the dude. I'm sorry. I can't.
Who?
I need a translator. Z.
I don't know who that is.
Old school guy. He's been around for a long ass time. I'm pretty sure that's who Nate Dogg. It's got to be. Bro, I can't understand him. Need a translator. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. Anyways, Vanny Koshik, I see you in here. There's a difference between bad and good live service games. If you play one bad, you cannot claim that all live service games are awful. Correct. Yeah, absolutely. Again, there's examples across the board of every single genre, every single type of game, ever type of made of bad and good, right? You can't paint everything one way or the other. You are certainly more than free to say that you hate a certain genre. I hate platformers. Again, I don't hate them with a passion. Hate's a little strong. I dislike platformers at this time. Like, again, if one dropped into Game Pass like Psychonauts 2, I'll download it and I'll play it for a bit, but I ain't playing through it. I don't finish games as it is, but it's going to have one of the shorter times played that out of all my games because I just don't want to do platformers anymore. So I'm cool with people saying they don't like live service games. I'm cool with people saying I hate free-to-play games. That's fine, right? It's your money. It's your time. Spend it how you want, okay? I ain't here to tell you have to. I'm just saying not all of them, like you were saying, Vanachuk is bad, or not all of them are great. There's going to be a mix in there. I just personally think that there is really some good that comes from them. But again, you don't have to agree either. But Vanny, Kochik, thank you for dropping in and joining us tonight. Appreciate you dropping in here. Jago6, I see you jumping in here. Biba Jr., what is going on, Biba Jr.? Great to see you in here. Jeremy Brown, what's going on? Great to see you as well. Who else we got in here? Already shout out to Nam. Stash Gordon, I see you dropping in here. Angry Hippies in the house just finished ACG's review, grabbing it next week. Yes, sir. That's why I retweeted ACG's review of Space Marine 2. He is just ACG is one of the few reviewers that I go to on a consistent basis if I'm looking for somebody's opinion. The guy is amazing. How he does it is entertaining as hell, super informative, and it's beautiful. Oh, the one and only Special Nick is dropping by to say hi. What's going on, Special Nick? Good day to you, mate. Glad to see you as always. Congratulations to all the success over on Xbox Era, by the way. You guys are killing it. Success to your console war card game as well, being fully funded. Appreciate that, sir, dropping in here and saying hi to us, man. So much. All right. Even though you're a Nintendo fan who acts like an Xbox fan, I don't get it. But anyways, I still love you. Let's see. All right, Bev, let's get into topics. Let's jump into something here. Let's get into our main topic since we've spent an hour and 20 minutes now just joining in. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. So obviously our title tonight was Sony works the magic, quote unquote, again.
Yeah.
Again, I put the magic in quotes because it's kind of a slap. Yeah, I know, Special. I know. You'll never beat that rap, brother. You're never going to beat it. So, Mav, we had a situation this week for anybody living underneath a rock. They had a little game come out literally 2 weeks ago, tomorrow, called Concord, Mav. I know. For some reason, people have already forgotten. Like, this thing never existed, right? Some people would swear this was just all an illusion or a fantasy or a mass delusion that a game called Concord launched from Sony first party, from a team called Firewalk, right?
The Mandela effect.
Yeah, the Mandela. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you, brother. The
Mandela
effect.
Different timeline.
Yeah. So again, you got people out here acting like this didn't happen. So, and there was actually people that were trying to tell you that this game was going to succeed, that this game was going to be massive. There's people out here before it ever launched saying that it was going to beat Starfield. That I don't know why we're comparing the two. One's a hero shooter and one's a single player open world Bethesda RPG, but they were telling you that it was going to beat Starfield. Tomorrow, that game that maybe existed, maybe never existed, gets taken offline completely, and refunds going out to everybody who purchased it. Unless, of course, you purchased at a retail store, and then you got to follow your retail store guidelines. But Sony is actually doing the rare thing after 2 weeks, pulling the plug on an entire game. This game is one of the shortest-lived games, first party, in history. One of the shortest-lived AAA games, period, point blank, end of story. Maybe of all time. It probably is. I'd have to go look. We've never seen a failure of this, or catastrophe of this level from a first-party AAA game ever. Redfall was bad. Okay? Redfall was bad. Redfall still exists. Redfall got patched. Redfall got fixed. Yes, they did not bring out the DLC as promised. They refunded everybody on that, but we all know Redfall existed. So this is beyond. I mean, you've even got Sony, hardcore Sony fans admitting that this is probably one of the biggest misses, if not the biggest miss of Sony's history.
I would almost say, like, as far as the big three,
PlayStation's. It's up there, Mav. It's up there. Now
I'm trying to think of another one that was like.
I have to go back. There's been stuff that has failed. I mean, you really have to go back.
25,000 in sales and shutting down the game 2 weeks later.
If we're gonna take the numbers at face value, again, I know.
Yeah,
the number that this game costed. By the way, Matt, this is another weird thing this community now does too. Suddenly starts multiplying over and over again. Again, these fake numbers, everybody. I will agree that this thing probably costs about 100 million in today's money, but now I see 250. There's no way Concord costed 250. Okay, I would bet a large sum of money that Concord did not cost $250 million even after 8 years. Okay, that's 30 million a freaking year. I don't think so. 100 million, yes. A little over 100 million, sure. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Massive failure. 25,000, 100,000 copies. Does not matter where it falls into those numbers. That's terrible. Okay? They pulled it. Stop selling it. They've got a limited edition controller that you can still get, by the way, which is beautiful, by the way. The 70s artwork that they did for this game is amazing. There's a couple 70s artwork style that they did in promoting this game that I would love to have posters on my wall. Actually, beautiful. Really well done. But there's limited edition controllers out there that are going to become collector's items. But this game is going to be memory hold. Now, there's people that still believe that they might come back from this and they might return it. They're not. In my opinion, they're not. I could be completely wrong about this, but if I had to bet money again, I would put money down. They're never coming back from this. Okay? The Concord is a stain, is an embarrassment to Sony PlayStation, to Sony headquarters, and this game is not coming back. They're going to write this game completely off. Man, first of all, before we jump to the magic real quick here, and before everybody forgets that this game ever existed, right? I want to hear your opinion. Concord pulled the plug 2 weeks in. One of the, if not the biggest AAA first-party title failure of all time. Just a wow. I mean, we said it was dead on arrival. A lot of us agreed that it was dead on arrival. We didn't think, again, Bab, you asked me if it was going to have 10,000 or more concurrent players.
I was hoping for that on launch day. I was thinking like maybe that would potentially get there.
It never hit 700.
No.
It never hit 700. Listen, we said it. We said it was in a bad spot. We called it for all the right reasons. You didn't have to play the game, even though I did play the beta. People forget, I actually did play the open beta on my PC. but you didn't have to play it to just understand that it just didn't have an it factor. It didn't have it to it. We called it rightly. But anyways, man, your thoughts on Concord being pulled after 2 weeks completely. Refunds issued. This game disappears, gone. Again, I don't believe it's coming back. Tell me whether or not you believe it's coming back eventually. What do you think, man?
Like I talked about this a lot on the stream the other day, and I don't think it's gonna come back. Like I think like the only thing in the back of my mind is like seems a possibility is if like Sony just like invested so much that they just are having to try and figure out a way to make this thing work. But I don't see it happening. Their style is more or less like they don't want to taint their image, right?
Correct.
And
yes,
for them, that's what this game is a big old stain, right? And I think they want to erase it as well. So when they said like we're going to rework it and re-release it and stuff, and
they didn't say they're going to release it. They said they were going to look at options.
Look at options, right? Yeah, whatever. Yeah. When they said they're going to look at other options and stuff, I'm looking at it like, what are they going to do? Like, are they really going to? This is the first message of 2 to me. This is the first message to try and like, hey, we're going to give refunds and do what we can to kind of soften the blow a little bit, soften the stain, and then there'll be a second one later. Be like, after deep consideration, there's just not enough interest still in this game or whatever. We decided to put our efforts into something where we can be more of service to the gamers, and we're going to be offering our support on Marathon or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do, right? I would anticipate something like that, then probably followed by some layoffs and other kind of stuff as well. I don't know what's going to happen, right? Ultimately, I hope the best. As much as I've been dancing on the grave of this game and all that kind of stuff and making jokes about how 2 weeks is about the same lifespan as Concord grapes, I think ultimately I hope the best for the developers, but I don't see this continuing. I see this as being a big ass wasted 8 years, a waste of a lot of money, a waste of talented developers, a waste of but I blame Sony for this. Like I blame PlayStation for like how could they have not seen that there was just this game just who is it for? Like there are other games that exist out there that already are popular, that are better and already have huge fan bases. You don't need to make your version of that. That's just stupid.
Right.
You don't need to make your version of this or that and make it less interesting, less cool, and then charge more. That's just stupid. That you're gonna rely on the PlayStation image and say it's like better quality to promote your idea of your version of this other thing that already exists. That's dumb. It's not gonna work for any of the things that you do. So don't do that. And they should have known that. They should have known not to waste all of these resources, assets, development time, and all these things towards something so pointless that didn't need to exist in the first place. And yes, I've criticized games media for saying that shit about some other games that absolutely move and push the industry forward and that are crazy ambitious when they say these games don't deserve to exist. Like, but tell me, who is Concord for? What is Concord for? You already have that game in numerous other formats, platforms, access points, and for cheaper and with already huge communities. So it doesn't make sense to release the exact same thing over and over again. And I'll say that for tons for any publisher. Don't chase fucking trends. Don't chase ideas. Don't chase themes. Don't chase monetization models. Come out with what works, what you think is good, and build around it. Right? Like it happens time and time again.
Well, they obviously thought this was good, man. They obviously you go back and find their
how
you can go back and find,
how
well that's why I say the blame lays at Herman Hulst's feet. That's why I said this is mismanagement. Okay.
Yeah.
This again. Everybody's trying to pass the buck to Jim, right? Again, that's fine. All these
Herman was the head of PlayStation Studios, right?
Correct. Yes, the Sony Defense Force is out though, right? So they're going to protect their own. That's fine. Pass it off on Jim because he's gone. But Herman Hulst has a tweet a couple years ago, right when they were buying Firewalk, talking about that he'd played this game and they got something special. Okay, there's a tweet out there where he posted about this game. They've been talking about this game for a very long time, Matt. This is something that they promote. They handpicked this studio and this game to be one of the front runners for this games as a service initiative for Sony PlayStation. So this is on Herman Hulst. At the end of the day, this is mismanagement by Sony. Again, they got to see the game firsthand. The game was already well in production when they purchased this studio. Okay? Again, the same way that Phil had to come out and make the apology tour for Redfall and take the blame for what happened with Arcane, right? They bought them late. They acquired ZeniMax late in the production of that game, but Phil had to admit they probably didn't look at it hard enough. They probably didn't see it, although he claims that their internal testers said it was testing high. Well, then that's on you guys too. But this time around, this is Sony. This is Herman Hulst. This is a problem, okay? You guys handpicked this title, and it flopped, like, miserably. Like, this is not just it didn't do, it did mediocre. Didn't do what we needed it to do. It wasn't that hit games as a service we need. No, 2 weeks. You guys pull the life support plug. 2 weeks. This game is completely dead. Not like it's not existent anymore in the world of video games.
That's crazy.
That's incredible, bro.
Yeah, that's the thing. When we first heard about Sony and going into this games as a service initiative and having like all these games of service games in development and all these other kind of things, and we were wondering at the time, and you can go back and listen to our shows, the speculation we had is like, what happens if a game of theirs that's in this model struggles out the gate? What happens if it flops out the gate? If it fails to have a good launch or fails to have whatever, right? Are they going to continue to try and support it and see what they can do and establish and grow it and fix it? Or are they going to shut it down? And in record time, this game was shut down. I can't think of even like another major release from anybody, especially first party, that was actually just shut down like this. I mean, we're talking 2 weeks after launch is how big of a disaster this is, that the game was actually shut down. If they were able to pull the trigger and shut this down so quickly, that you got to imagine what was going on behind the scenes at Sony and at PlayStation and at Firewalk and the panic and like, what are we supposed to do here? Like, how do we handle the situation? Like, we actually shut down a game that we just released and sold, like, and marketed for a long time. Like, it's absolutely insane to me how much of a disaster that was and how it just got glossed over for the most part. Like, and we can give Sony credit for other releases and stuff that they've had, but like, that doesn't excuse this, like, it at all. Like, it's not. This is what they're trying to do now, and if this is what they're trying to do, this is the kind of games they're coming out with. We got to look at it and say, well, that was a huge failure. That sucked ass, and it wasted the potential for something else that could have been way better and actually more successful. And we criticize Xbox for these things in the past. We criticize other publishers for these things, even games that sell way better, and they continue to support, right? Like, think about this. Like, as much as this has been compared to Redfall or Bleeding Edge or other games, right? Bleeding Edge actually is still running. You can actually go play it today. Like, Sony shut this shit down 2 weeks after launch because it was such an epic failure and stain on their record. They want it to be glossed over. Yeah. They want this to be erased.
Argue that's the right way to do it. That Xbox does it wrong. That Redfall should have been erased too.
No.
I know. I
like, why? Because if you bought the game and there's people that like it, they can still play it and try and grow and like make it better. Like,
I disagree completely, brother. Again, you don't have to support it, but to completely erase it from history, I will never agree with that. But there are people arguing that that's the better way to go. Okay.
Yeah, well, console war people that don't want the stains on the record, that think like that, that are trying to market like they work for the companies, right? Like, if you think of it as a consumer, if you bought the product, you want them to support it. You want it to grow. You want it to improve. You want it to get better. You want to play the game that you purchased. You don't want them to say, hey, well, sorry, nobody else cared, so we're going to go ahead and just shut it down. Like, even games like Battleborn had longer runs. Mm-hmm. Like, Babylon's Fall lasted for a fucking year.
Right.
2 weeks.
It did. Yeah.
2 weeks. I don't care. Captain Crunch says those servers cost money. Yeah, I don't give a shit if they cost money. That's up to Sony. That's them putting their money where their mouth is. They sold this game to people. They're gonna say, hey, this doesn't matter anymore. We're gonna shut it down because the people that did buy it don't matter. Like, yeah, you have less servers at that point that you run, and then you try and grow from there. Like, you try and do something. I understand this was a crazy situation that hardly ever happens with the amount of games that sold, but you fucking don't hype up a game for this long and then just fucking abandon ship like this. That's the worst stain for me, because guess what? As a consumer, do you have faith in fair games now?
That's my next.
What if it flops?
Right. Where's the articles asking this question? How can a consumer now have faith? Like, when a game doesn't do well on Xbox, right? We've seen it time and time again. Like you said, Matt, they will support that game. They will, again, Redfall didn't come close to what they were expecting. And yet, the only thing that didn't do was get the DLC out, right? But they actually allowed the final patch to go through for Redfall, and it'll continue to exist. You can go play it. And again, they allowed the team fit to try to fix it for almost nearly a year. You and I went back and played it, and it actually plays pretty damn well right now. You and I played it for 5 hours straight. But that's my question. Where are the articles now, Mav? Again, this is being memory hold. Again, this is what you get when you're a part of the Cool Kids Club. This is what you get for being extremely popular. Your flaws are ignored, even when they're in everybody's face. Your flaws are ignored, and everybody moves on like it doesn't exist. There should be articles being written. The Redfall, Phil and Microsoft and Xbox had to live with Redfall articles for nearly 6 months plus, and there was still even some articles that popped up even towards the end, especially when they announced that they weren't going to be supplying the DLC, that continued that trend. They had to put up with this, right? Sony is just waving it off and again, memory holding it all and saying, nope, we're pulling the plug, refunds for everybody, which is rare. Shout out to them. Again, props. That's not something they normally do, but they're doing it. Refunds for everybody. Go at it, but this is gone. But where are the articles now questioning what does that do for consumer confidence going forward in PlayStation? What does all of these cancellations that they've had recently, Mav, do for consumer confidence? What about the broken promise of factions never coming, even though that was promised to launch with The Last of Us 2? Then the notice came out, well, we're not going to launch it with The Last of Us 2, but it will be coming afterwards. We are working on it. What about all of that nonsense that they went through, right? How are we supposed to have confidence in fair games, right? What if a community starts to build around fair games, but it just ain't doing it, man? What if it does, let's say it does 5 times
what's the cutoff
better?
point now for them, right?
Yes, right. How are we supposed to trust that? Again, these are fair questions. These are questions that are brought up about a lot of other companies out there. A lot of big third-party publishers like Ubisoft and the companies like that have had this question raised about their game. Okay? EA's had this question raised about Anthem. Anthem survived fucking long-ass time, Mav.
Yeah.
Anthem existed. It still exists. You can still go play it. But those questions were out there. How do you trust EA after all the shit they've pulled, especially after Anthem? but it doesn't happen with PlayStation.
Yeah.
And again, it's nobody's talking about it because, well, we got Magic because Astrobot. We'll get into that. I want you to finish your point here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just reading the chat too, and like Mario says, Sony should just stick with single player games. No, I don't think so. Like,
I don't think so.
Like, you don't want to pigeon yourself into like one thing, and also for a business, it's also a bad
problem
idea.
That they've had.
But even think about this: what is Nintendo?
He did that to himself.
Nintendo's known for that, right? Nintendo's known for great single player games, and that's kind of what their image and identity is. But Nintendo has several successful online games that make them ongoing money as well. Like Splatoon, Mario Kart, Smash Bros. They have these other things. Like, even Nintendo does multiplayer better than PlayStation does. And as a more like, I guess, advanced hardware platform, God, Sony, you should be fucking embarrassed that you, in this day and age, after all these years, like, you have one really kind of successful online multiplayer game, and which is the one that you kind of didn't even expect anything from. The one that you barely promoted and barely marketed, that primarily took off because of the Steam community, right? Which is Helldivers 2, which I'm super happy that exists. But man, Sony used to have good multiplayer games. They did. Yeah, maybe they weren't as successful or as big as some of the Xbox ones, right? But they had a foundation there to grow from. And it's like they had this identity and this model that they decided to sell to people about this is the only way of doing things, starting in the late PS3 going into PS4 generation. But even some of those games had multiplayer modes attached to them, right? That had some fans and stuff. You had even other multiplayer things that had like the shared universe stuff where you had like Little Big Planet and things like that were shared content. You had a thriving multiplayer kind of community there. And they abandoned it all for the sake of the image of the God of Wars, The Last of Us, the Uncharted, and gave up on the multiplayer aspect of some of those franchises for the sake of our brand identity, right? They're going to go ahead and just market ourselves. And they even said this in the last time they sat in front of people asking questions about their financials and all this stuff. About PlayStation's always been about that single player narrative action experience. That is utter bullshit. That's not true. That's not what Sony's been about. That's what they've been about for the last decade, right? That's what they've been about for the last decade.
Again, when did you start gaming?
Yeah, exactly. So they sell this idea, this image, and they want you to believe that's what's the best thing about gaming. That's what's best about them. That's what is the right way to do things. This is the premium experience, right? Meanwhile, you have, in all reality, the majority of gamers out there are playing multiplayer fucking games. Playing live service games, games of service games. Xbox, Microsoft has 500 million monthly active users playing a bunch of these different franchises that are on multiple platforms. You don't think Sony looks at that and is like, we need a piece of that pie? That's our avenue to growth? Or do they say, okay, we need to just stick to this image and rely entirely on third-party multiplayer games? Because even their second-party and third-party exclusives that they're relying on for multiplayer, those are failing. They've been failing with that since the PS4. They partnered with companies like Square Enix for things like Foam Stars, and it just absolutely is a disaster as well. So they try with this, but they continue to fail because they don't know how to make multiplayer games anymore because they've relied so much on the other thing. And for me,
that's not true either. They just won't let the studios that actually do have some experience, like Naughty Dog, finish their fucking projects that actually have the best chance of success and put them out there.
Well, yeah, they turn them and morph them into chasing all these trends and ideas
Naughty
and
Dog
bigger things.
has already proved that they can make a multiplayer game.
Yeah.
They've done it multiple times on multiple IPs. So let them finish their fucking factions and put it out there for everybody. But nope, can't do that, Mav. Can't do that. Just wasted 4 years of Naughty Dog's time and resources. Just that's all. And cancel that project.
The baffling thing is, like, out of all of the ideas that they could have had, projects and stuff, the ones that they move forward with is Concord and Fair Games.
Yes.
And I'm telling you guys, I don't know. Like for me, I look at Fair Games as probably going to have the same fate as Concord, because when they had those two trailers at that showcase, I was like, who the fuck are these games for? Like, what are these? Like why are they so generic? Why are they so?
I have a little bit more faith in Jade, but still, it's going to be tough. Again, a co-op extraction, whatever the hell that heist game is.
Maybe I got to see gameplay. If I see gameplay,
yes,
maybe. But like Concord did nothing.
No,
like to excite anybody. Like it can be a solid game. It could be a good game, but as long as if it's not exciting and people don't find a reason that they need to go play it, like then why it doesn't need to exist. And they failed to deliver that. In any conceivable way, they failed to deliver that basic concept of and man, I gotta tell you, like it's strange to see the PlayStation community like not celebrate or even back their first party games like that.
Because they don't want multiplayer.
It's weird, man. Like
they've been taught this. They've been taught that. They were out here talking about Concord prior to launch, saying we don't want this, Sony.
That's so.
I understand, but I'm just talking about the obviously.
But for the console warrior people that are counting that for like, oh, we have this game, we have this game coming. Like they've been like, oh yeah, we're fine first party wise. Like, look, we have these games coming this year, right? Like, I have a hard time understanding like that community sometimes, man. Like it is very strange. Now maybe they're speaking with their wallet here, and PlayStation's going to pay, and they shut it down and they erase it from everybody's memory and just focus on the single player games now, and that's what they actually want. I don't know, but if that's what PlayStation ends up turning into, you can pretty much count me fucking out.
Yeah.
And that's I want to be excited for PlayStation games, right? I want to be excited for PlayStation games, and I want to be excited for the future of the franchises and the things that they're making. But right now, they have nothing. They have absolutely nothing. I have hope because that PS5 Pro showcase is being talked about. WCCF Tech, another article that says they're going to show it with more exciting games, and they're going to have it. Like I have hope that will do something for me, and I'll get excited about the future. But right now, I have zero excitement over the future of PlayStation. I want to be excited, but fuck.
Yeah, no, and I understand.
And I can't even get excited about fair games now. Even if they show something, I'm gonna have in the back of my head, what if the community doesn't embrace it and they shut it down? What if it sells just enough to where they make it last a year and they don't give refunds? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to have faith in what they're doing.
It is, but Mav, they found magic.
They did.
They found magic, Mav, in another genre.
Oh, yeah.
In another genre. Maybe this is the new road. Maybe it's not about multiplayer and games as a service, right? Maybe it's their single player over the shoulder narrative driven games. But maybe, Mav, just maybe they found that the Nintendo platformer, the kiddie game, where they can also excel. Maybe this is the second basket that they start putting eggs into after they found success now with Astrobot, right?
Maybe this is it. This is like Astrobot is like Windex on a rag for them. It's just cleaning the stain off of the fucking
it's for the whole community. It's for all all the Sony only fans now, because again, even the ones literally that shit on Nintendo games and Nintendo fans for liking kiddie games like Mario are suddenly enthralled in celebrating Astrobot. And again, this is not a shred on Astrobot. Just like Mario, just because Mario, I have zero interest in Mario. Again, if Mario someday showed up in Game Pass, I would download to try it for a short period, and then I would uninstall it. If I wind up buying a Switch 2, you will never ever, and I don't use absolutes, but you will never, ever hear me come on this podcast or any other podcast and tell you that I just went out and bought the brand new Mario Wonder 2 platformer. I don't cap for shit I don't like. I know who I am as a gamer, and I don't fool around with that nonsense. But there's plenty of people out here who get away with it, who can do this act. Right now, there's a whole group of people who honestly do love Astrobot and have been waiting for it. Again, I am not doubting that Astrobot doesn't deserve high scores. I 100% believe from everything that I've ever seen that Team Asobo has come out with, right, that they put out high quality work. So if Mario can get 90s, so can Astrobot. Again, I have zero problems with the scoring here. But this magic, Mav, and again, this is something that I will give credit to Sony for doing. This is something we've talked about other companies needing to do. Xbox, controlling narratives, Mav. Having a better grasp on these situations when shit hits the fan. Right, Mav? We've seen this.
Yep.
This is a masterclass right here. Everybody wondered why they announced Concord shutting down so early. They knew they had Astrobot right at the next stop, Mav. They knew Astrobot review scores were right around the next corner. They knew what they had in Astrobot, Mav. They knew the hype was already building. They knew exactly what we knew the minute it was announced at the Keeleys, that this was going to be a beloved game by the journalists, and that it certainly was going to be up for Game of the Year contender. So what do? They dropped the Concord news early this week. Right? An embarrassment. A stain on Sony. But it's all magically gone by the end of the week because here comes Astrobot. This is the beauty of being one of the most popular kids in town. This is the beauty of having a propaganda wing in your mainstream journalism. This is, I've talked about this. When I've shredded mainstream journalists in gaming, I've told you all. They're using the same damn playbooks they do in the politics side of thing or anything else. It's the same playbook. They have, the journalism is no longer neutral. They have their favorites and they openly run the favorites. They openly produce propaganda. Doesn't matter what we're talking about for whatever's going on. You don't want to know why Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post? It was because he was getting bad press about Amazon. He bought the Washington Post to promote Amazon, to do better articles for the things that he cares about. This is all journalism, folks. So Sony, being one of the popular kids, it's quite obvious. They knew, Mav, that the journalists were just waiting. They were whispering to Sony, going, "Please, Sony, just give us something else to talk about. Please, we don't want to write these articles about Concord. Please, just give us something else. We don't want to do Redfall articles about Concord. We love you guys. PlayStation, please, just give us something that we can write about, and we'll just write about it. Give us something good." And you could see them all waiting with bated breath for the Astrobot reviews to drop.
Oh, they're talking about it too on Twitter too.
A lot of them had it in their hands, Mav, and they started doing the Astrobot hype train early, going,
"Oh my! I'm gonna make sure I take extra time for this review, guys. Just be ready." I saw some of the tweets like
is amazing. And again, this is coming from somebody who has nothing but disdain for mainstream journalists. And but watching this roll out, and again, this is nothing new to me as somebody who's watched journalism do what they do elsewhere. This is just simply another, again, it's like a call to arms when their favorites need help. Okay? And they all fucking line up and do it. And this week has been nothing but the same. So obviously, and again, not taking away from Astrobot the game, I don't have opinion outside of what I've seen, which again looks like quality. Same thing I said about Mario Wonder. Respect the hustle. Cool. All you platformers, you're getting a Game of the Year contender. Fucking amazing. 2024 continues to produce. I'm not going to talk about Astrobot. I don't hate Astrobot just like I don't hate Mario. I don't. I think they're cool that they exist for all the people that absolutely love those types of games. and that are fans of those IPs. It is amazing. Gaming still producing this kind of stuff in 2024. Do I agree with the over-the-top reviews as far as the language they use, talking about this competes with the best of Nintendo and Mario, and that it's so innovative and all this kind of stuff? No, I don't. It's got physics in it, everybody. Holy fucking shit, it's got physics in it. Yo, come on, man. When we downplay other games that are massive, that really go out of their way to push boundaries, and we downplay them like Starfield, and we call those stale.
Yeah, stale, tired,
old formulas. Bro, really? Anyways, I will disagree with that. But again, it's an opinion. You want to give it high scores. It looks like quality to me. I've heard nothing but people say it's very polished, that it does bring in the nostalgia, which is great. It's fantastic. I love nostalgia. So again, this isn't about Astrobot the game. I'm happy for everybody. It's an amazing game, I'm sure. You know, a lot of people are going to enjoy it. This is about the magic, though, that Sony knew, Mav, that they were going to drop that Concord news and that it was going to disappear within they were going to take their hits up front. A lot of people were going to talk about it, not necessarily media. It wasn't going to be a Redfall situation, but they knew that they would take their hits. A lot of people would question them. Kind of Funny even had a nice show. I don't really listen to Greg and Kind of Funny anymore because I can't stand them. But I did pop in just to see how they were handling the Concord news, and they were pretty straight up about it. That was pretty shitty. It was pretty shocking. Wow. Holy shit. And it was one of the worst failures of Sony ever. But they just knew, man, that Astrobot was going to drop. So hats off to Team Asobo. First of all, congratulations to the entire team. You guys are up for Game of the Year. You're probably going to win Game of the Year, at least the Keeleys for sure. You probably have it in the bag already. Get that trophy case cleaned out. Get that spot nice and shiny. Going to be waiting for that trophy to sit in there. So hats off to the team, but hats off to Sony again for playing this masterfully, because this is how you control and kill a bad narrative, Mav, instantaneously by having this. But again, you got to have your friends. You got to be popular. This wouldn't work for Xbox all the time because they don't have this kind of backup like Sony does. But this was a masterful magic job. What'd you think about this disappearing act that they've created for Concord and replacing it with Game of the Year Astrobot?
Yeah,
this coming out.
Well, I mean, it's funny that we predicted both things.
Yeah, right.
Early on, like when maybe so ever since Astrobot got announced, we were like, oh, that's going to be Game of the Year candidate, like hands down. Not because we were excited about Astrobot, just because we understand games media, right, and how they were going to champion this game like crazy. So if it was good and it was solid and it was polished, Sony platformer, like a full-fledged platformer, oh, they're going to be all over this shit. You know what I mean? Like, they're doing the Mario thing, like, but like their style. Oh, the media is going to go fucking ape shit for this game, and it's probably going to win Game of the Year or at least be a contender for Game of the Year. We called that shit the show that it was announced. Also, when we finally found out what Concord was, we also said that game was going to be dead. That game was going to launch and have problems. It was going to have struggle to find a player base, and especially when we found out they're charging $40 for it. We're like it's not, has no chance really. What surprised me is to the extreme of both ends of the spectrum, because I expected it to be a dead game. I didn't expect it to be dead in 2 weeks. And I didn't expect the same announcement of its death to happen the same week the championing of Astrobot happened. Because that is the magic twist. Okay, well, we had these two things. This was pretty much our 2024, right? For the most part, so especially for the second half. You know, we have this two big first party things, right? They got the Lego thing coming for Switch and PlayStation. Then they also have, I think Silent Hill 2 is coming later this year as well. I don't see a lot of excitement or hype around those things. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the Lego game gets really high reviews also, but we'll see. As far as this game goes, I'm not surprised whatsoever by the reaction From Games Media, do I think it's probably a really solid game? Yeah, I think it probably is. Do I think it's probably revolutionary or something that stands above the rest of the gaming industry? No, not necessarily. I think it's probably a game that you can probably have some fun with, but I look at the contradictory stuff that we talked about in the past from games media in general, and kind of like where they see where they champion in certain things, and then other things it's like they're gonna go ape shit on, even a lot of times before they even release. Like even before, like okay, so here's an example: Suicide Squad, right? Not a model that they like, right? Like just like for week.
That was an agenda.
Yeah, 100%. It was like, we cannot allow this game to succeed. Like, it was what it seemed like. The game actually came out, and it's actually like really polished. It runs great. It has fun gameplay. It has a pretty cool story.
Game if you get into it.
It has a dark story too. And there's a lot of great things about Suicide Squad, right? Like if you actually play it, but like they just were like, this is no, right? This is cannot exist. We have to. Everybody, get on the bandwagon. Let's go hive mind mentality. Let's fucking put this game in its grave before it even releases, right?
We had journalists going apeshit for fucking 3 weeks straight.
Oh, yeah.
Numbers. Oh, my God.
So, and again, but like, it's fun. It has a lot of things you would want to look for in a game, right? Then you have something like Starfield we talked about before, right? Like Todd Howard's next big game, right? The conversation up to a long point, a lot of time was like, how dare Xbox purchase Cinemax Bethesda and take this game away from PlayStation, right? And in my back of my mind, I always think there's like this level of kind of disdain for what Microsoft did there, and like, PlayStation doesn't get this game now. Game launches, okay? You have a lot of fair reviews on it. You have it doing massive numbers on everywhere. I remember it's the biggest launch in Bethesda's history. For any of the games like that, Todd said, especially. So, it was a big launch for them. But instead, you have article after article talking about what kind of failure it is, how much this game is unambitious or is tired, is stale. Articles come out after how they missed the mark on this, it's empty, and all these other kind of things. And that like the gamers have already moved on, or they even have articles about how the numbers are dwindling for Starfield, and you have articles about we already forgot about Starfield like weeks and months later after the game's released, right? And you see the contradictory thing there from the Concord launch, where you had the articles all talking about, we should not be so hard on the developers, right? We should not be that difficult for them. We should feel bad for the developers here. We should feel bad for Firewalk. We should give the game a chance. It deserves a fighting chance. Like we think it's a great game. All these other kind of things, right? Even despite the lackluster actual reviews, these are the kind of sentiments being promoted by some of the biggest personalities in games media. Hence the lead up now to when they can finally start talking about Astrobot, which is the same week that they announced the death of Concord. You have all of a sudden games media being like, guys, I'm going to make sure I take extra time for this review because I can't tell you why, but just be ready. Or like, oh my God, like this game, we're getting to review now. You get ready for it because the embargo's up in a couple days. Just get ready for it. You start hearing this sentiment of like excitement of all these other kind of things behind the scenes. And you see exactly what we thought was going to happen now today with this one of the highest rated games of the generation, with the Astrobot, and I think it's going to easily win Game of the Year probably because the other kinds of games that would be candidates are even as ambitious, as great as they aren't gonna win over a media darling, right? Media darlings are what ultimately win Game of the Year, right? And it doesn't matter how many people actually play the games.
Fucking one.
It doesn't matter how many people actually play the games. It doesn't matter how many, none of that matters. What matters is if the media embraces it, right? And this game has been championed ever since it was announced by that same group. Not saying it's a bad game, and for everybody that loves platformers too, hey, this is something to celebrate for you as well, right? But ultimately, you can just kind of see, you've been able to see the writing on the wall, but I didn't anticipate this level of obvious extremism to it, right? The Concord washover, then you have Astrobot extreme, like love affair, right? And maybe some of it's rightfully so. I like I said, I haven't played it yet, but to the language that you see versus the gameplay that I kind of see, it's yeah, it looks like a great platformer, right?
Yeah.
And
full of nostalgia, full of fun. Like, that's great.
but if you were to ask me, like, comparison wise to some of the other games that get shit on and critiqued and complained about and like put in their graves before they even have a chance to exist, I'm gonna pick some of those games every day of the week over Astrobot. I'm just telling you. Like, you look at a game like Call of Duty, like that, just yeah, it's Call of Duty, right? It has all these developers making it, all this other kind of stuff. Man, just even what I played in the beta, like I was joking earlier about, can like a beta win Game of the Year, because I would pick that. I would pick playing just those few maps in that beta all the fucking year over playing something like Astrobot because of how fucking good it was. But like, it just doesn't get that kind of attention, doesn't get that kind of mentality. So that's one reason why I always kind of say the games media doesn't actually represent the gamers. It represents like a small subset of gamers, right? These people who think they are the purest, right? The purest kind of gamer, that they feel like they understand what gaming should be and what it needs to be, and they're going to try and uphold these values. And I just think a lot of it's bullshit, because they set that, right? They set that like you said, they're gonna rally together whenever it's time to, or they're going to raise all the pitchforks whenever they feel like it's time to as well. It can be a social issue, it can be a monetization thing, where one game has the same kind as another, but all of a sudden, for some reason, this game gets picked on because it's not a favorite of theirs, right? It can be bugs, where one game has bugs, the other game doesn't. It gets ignored on one versus the other because this one they want to succeed, as this one they want to make an example out of. Time and time again, we see the contradictoriness, we see the double-faced games media come about. But sometimes it's so fucking predictable that it's laughable. And this week is an example on both ends of the spectrum. And funny enough, both about PlayStation.
Yeah.
And while also Age of Mythology is out there doing great and nobody's fucking talking about it.
Yeah. Calorie said he just had a crash. Calorie, was that PC or Xbox? Because I still have not had a crash at all. Alvin said Xbox Wire post about Tokyo Game Show 45 minutes ago. Tina Amini hyping it. Yes, we are going to talk about that. I threw that in the DMs.
I remember all the articles saying how they were going to
they weren't going to make.
Yeah,
they were going to skip, and all of a sudden now they're there, Mav. We'll see. I certainly, it's not going to be Gamescom level, obviously, but they are going to be there. And Tina Amini did post as well, so yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit here, Alvin, for sure. Before I forget, Mav, real quick on this topic too, I want to get your thoughts on this too, and I'll be right back. But I want you to take the lead on this one real quick too, and just see where you're at with this. Of course, when Astrobot dropped and all the reviews came out today, we had people like Jez and others doing shout out to Lord Attic who made a video. Start up the whole Xbox needs fucking platformers thing. Xbox needs to lean into all their IP that they have and make these games that bring us down nostalgia road. Like that we started this whole thing again. Clobrio put out that he votes for Concord to do some type of game like this. Like, listen, I'll give you my quick thought, and then I want you to tell me what you think, Mav, and I'll be right back.
Yep.
My thought, if we were still going toe to toe, if this was still a 1-for-1 matchup, PlayStation versus Xbox, if we were still back a few years ago, we talked about situations like this with a lot of different games, and I was on board. I said, absolutely do it. Yes, absolutely. But now they don't need these types of games anymore. They don't. Can they have kiddie games? Absolutely, of course they can. Could they have family-friendly games? Absolutely, of course. That's part of the appeal for Game Pass, right? Is having all the genres covered. We talked about this. Their diversity of their lineup is fucking incredible. But do they need to have an Astrobot? Listen, they just had a brand new IP in Hi-Fi Rush. They just had a brand new set of characters that filled that role really well that they could have expanded on. What'd they do? Right?
Sold it.
They've got, yeah, they sold it. They've got, they got like Psychonauts 2. They've got platformers, right? They got stuff.
They actually had that game already.
Yes.
Generation. Yeah.
Yes. They don't need it anymore because they aren't competing one for one with Sony and PlayStation anymore. They don't need that anymore because that's not the business model they're running anymore. Would it be fine? Would it be great? Sure. But again, I just watched them sell off a great brand new IP that had a lot of commercial potential. Characters that people would love to see. I just look at this and I hear people come out and say, "Oh God, look at Astrobot. Look at." If you think number 2, I said it was going to be short, but if you think number 2, that if Xbox did produce a game like Astrobot, that it would get this kind of coverage, you're kidding me. Again, Hi-Fi Rush was loved. Journalists wrote some really cool reviews about it, but it didn't get anywhere near this hype level that Astrobot is. And that was almost a perfect game, according to most people. Very polished, extremely brand new IP, fun to play, great characters, everything you asked for in a game. Still did not reach the level, even come close to touching what Astrobot currently is getting today. So do you think Xbox would get that kind of hype if they did put out a great platformer? They've put out very, very good platformers before. So, Mav, what do you think about the talk that Xbox absolutely needs one of these, that they should double down on all this great IP that they have, all these great characters, and they could certainly make a game just like Astrobot that celebrates Xbox's history, just like Astrobot does, and that, that would be amazing to have. What do you think?
I think it's a cool thing, right? And necessity-wise, I think there's a lot of those games that already kind of exist, like in Game Pass and like on the Xbox platform. I think adding Activision Blizzard probably is going to create even more of those games. You'll probably have some more Crash games. Maybe, I think there was rumored that there's a new Spyro actually being in the works or something like that. You have whatever Toys for Bob is making, that's that game, I think. Then you also have potential for Double Fine's games coming out. Like we mentioned before, that Psychonauts 2 was already kind of a big one in that genre for Xbox, and it was praised heavily again because it's a platformer, and it did pretty well. I think that Double Fine makes those kind of games. Specifically, do we need a specific one? I don't really think so. I think that overall, there's a lot of games they are going to make and they're making that fit within that. But I think people are looking for that like typical big time Xbox mascot to be Mario, to be Astrobot, and to be honest with you, for Xbox, it's Master Chief. That's the face of Xbox. It's been Master Chief. It's been Master Chief and Marcus Phoenix, right? That's the identity and brand of Xbox. It's not a little character, jumping around and stuff like that. It's these characters. Those have been the brand identity for them. And that's something I want to see them explore more of, as opposed to feeling like they have to make something specific. Because we're going to get those games. Maybe one of them stands out and takes off and like is celebrated more than any of the other ones. And maybe it's like the next Double Fine game or the next Psychonauts or the next whatever. And that could be the case. But I'd rather them do more Halo games, more Gears games in different genres, by different studios, different things, different experiences within those, because those are the games that already have established themselves as the identity for Xbox. Yeah, JB1521 says, Mav, Halo got an 87 meta and is talked about like it's Concord. 100%. There's like, I bet if you look at Steam, there's more than 3,000 or probably around 4,000 people that have played concurrently right now. Like, and that's on Steam. That's not including Xbox, right? Like, and this is a failure game. I played Fire. This is what is considered to be a failure game, is what I mean. And you also have the Xbox PC where you have Game Pass. So we don't know the numbers for that. There's thousands of people playing concurrently Halo Infinite right now. And it's looked at as some kind of massive, epic failure. And they keep supporting it. It's not what they wanted it to be as far as success, but it is still an identity for Xbox. I played the new Firefight Reach mode last night. And man, it was so fucking fun, dude. Like, got into a match very quickly, ran around and did the firefight mode on the, I forget the name of the Reach map, but it's the typical, like, if you think of Halo Reach, you think of this map, right? It's got like the dam kind of in the middle of it, where you have like the concrete and all that kind of stuff, and it's got pathways on the back and on the sides. But this firefight mode, I was like, man, this is amazing. It's fun. It was hectic. It was a blast. So you have, yeah, Angry Hippie says it's 3454 currently in Halo Infinite on Steam. Probably have, that's always one of the higher played games on Xbox. Then also you have Xbox PC. So ultimately, maybe you can count 10,000 total, probably around there, maybe more. I don't know. It's just a guess. Concurrently playing Halo Infinite right now. And that's not too bad. Like, that's not too bad for a game that's been out several years later. That is considered a failure. Like, like again, it's not everything that they wanted it to be, but that's a decent live service game. And there's several that have player bases that are less than that are considered still to be fine, right? So ultimately, we all want Halo to be a big, huge thing. But what I think they need to do is I think they need to make more different Halo experiences, more different kinds of Halo games from different creators. I think they need to make more Gears games. I think that's the like identity of Xbox. That's what a lot of the fans of Xbox have wanted. Maybe you make a couple of these family games as well. They tried to more in the past. They've made games like Cameo. But if you really think about, okay, so this is another issue I have, because we think people say that Xbox doesn't have an identity with like family-friendly kiddie type games. And ultimately, I say complete bullshit, because some of the most popular games that are played every day are fucking Microsoft games by kids. Sea of Thieves, Grounded, and Minecraft. You want to talk about the amount of kids and people and that are established kind of, yeah, maybe they're not pushing the Xbox brand like an Astrobot does, that's a game themed around PlayStation. But you want to talk about the amount of people actually playing those games versus the amount of people that will actually play Astrobot? Sea of Thieves has tons and tons of players that kids love that game, and they're playing it, and guess what? It's super popular. It's a Microsoft, it's an Xbox game. Minecraft, Microsoft, it's an Xbox game. Grounded. I think they'd hit like 10 or 20 million players. I can't remember exactly the last numbers they put out. Xbox, Microsoft game. I'm not really concerned with having to have specifically one type of thing that fits in this little narrow box that says, hey, we're just as special as this, when there's more people playing these other ones. And have been for years. And those are all very family-friendly games. And like I said, like, it's not the brand identity for Xbox. Like, Mario is Nintendo, right? PlayStation finally has one. They had tried to make it with Crash back in the day, They lost it. Xbox actually fucking owns Crash now, right? Now they finally have their mascot. I think PlayStation's finally achieved. They tried to make a Kratos. They really didn't have that character that you could just look at as like PlayStation. That's our mascot. Put it next to our logo, and people are gonna love it. Xbox has already had that for a long time. It's Master Chief again. So just keep embracing what you are. Don't feel the need to be a bunch of other things. And they have those games, and they're going to continue to have those games. So I don't agree with ultimately. I know you run around, but I don't agree with the fact that they need to do anything specific. Like it's just how many millions of people play Minecraft, Sea of Thieves, and Grounded? Right. Like tons. I mean, like more. I guarantee you a whole lot more than are playing Astrobot. Or going to play Astrobot.
That Minecraft movie is going to suck, though.
It is. It's probably going to be horrible. Yeah, I saw the trailer.
But no, I mean, it's a valid point that you say that they've already got games that are played by kids. They already own first-party titles that are played by kids. Again, be who you are. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Again, if there's a great idea, if one of your studios comes to you and says, "Hey, we really got a great idea," and it's an idea that is similar to Astrobot, fantastic, great. But to force it again, to go chase it, no, just because you think you need it. Again, they were competing one for one. Maybe I could say that. We used to talk about that all the time with having a kart racer or something cool like that. Like, but now, no, you don't have to chase any of that shit. Just be who you are. Go keep making the games that you make, and it's fine. Again, it's not going to change a damn thing. This is my biggest thing.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to change the impression of mainstream journalists, gaming media, the gaming industry as a whole, just because you come out with your own type of Astrobot.
Like you said, they had Psychonauts 2. That was that game.
Right.
Right. Like that was a platformer, well made. Like
yes.
Like
yes.
that was that game. Yeah, it was everywhere because it was they bought it while it was in development. But they gave it more time. It was in Game Pass. Like, I mean, all these other kind of things. Like it's they can market it with Xbox. They had like you said, they did Hi-Fi Rush. Like
yes.
Then they have these ongoing games, and they made more. Grounded is like there's several things that they've done. I don't feel like, and there's also more coming. I don't know if you heard this, but the Toys for Bob game they're making supposedly maybe like a Spyro or something like that. Then you have other Activision games. Now you have the Crash franchise and Game Pass. You have potential other new Crash games coming out and all this other kind of stuff. So they have actually have a treasure trove of those kind of games. Actually, maybe more than definitely more than PlayStation. A hell of a lot more than PlayStation has, and specifically with family-friendly kid-based games, and probably close to about the same as Nintendo first party as far as like big franchises. And we'll see what they produce going forward, but there's a lot. So, I don't know. I'm not too concerned about it. Like their mistakes are on the other end. I think with just having on the bigger franchises and other games like they come out too far apart. I think with different, and they're not exploring those universes enough to have enough varied content in some of those. Whereas PlayStation keeps releasing the same damn game over and over again 3 times to get their money for it. Like Halo's been such a big universe. They have toys, they've had everything, man. Like,
correct.
But they've only had the one mainline game really kind of every so many years. They tried a couple of spin-offs and stuff, but like they're just not enough. They need to do more. Gears the same. I think they need to do more. They only Gears has only had one other kind of spin-off type game so far, Gears Tactics. Could be a lot more things. Well, I guess you could say Gears Pop. I don't count that. I don't count mobile.
No. But it's still there. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, I I mean, again, I disagree with you. I just don't think they need to chase it. They got plenty. Be who you are. Again, if something comes up, if one of your studios come with a great idea, great, fantastic, run with it, go do it. But I just,
what do you think is a bigger franchise, Sea of Thieves or Astrobot?
well, Sea of Thieves,
100%.
right? I mean, again, Astrobot has. I mean,
Sea of Thieves is a family.
Chris Dring likes to put out that Astrobot sold whatever 60 million copies because it comes with everything, but it comes with every console.
So does it have to be specifically a platformer? Is what they're saying?
Well, that's yes, a platformer.
Okay, well they had Psychonauts too.
Right, that's what I said, and obviously Astrobot probably was going to be bigger than that. Psychonauts 2, just because it's Astrobot. And again, yes, is he a cute little IP? Yes, absolutely, of course. Does he fit that mold of exactly what you would love to see out of a commercially viable little character that you take? And it's cool. Again, all credit to Team Asobo creating what really is a tech demo, but giving it enough where people, they have all the mini games and everything like that. They created that whole, leaderboard and all that kind of stuff, which kind of drove the interest in it. You had people like Jeff Grubb and the Giant Bomb crew playing it nonstop, streaming it, trying to beat each other's score. Like that helps create that atmosphere around that IP where people were starting to call for like a full-fledged game. And obviously behind the scenes, Sony agreed, Team Asobo agreed, and they did this in secret, and they surprised everybody in a year where nobody knew what they had first party. There was really no first party. And all of a sudden out of the blue, they hit at the right time. Again, this is I'm not going to take it away from play. It's a genius move. And they didn't know this was going to happen, but they obviously had Astrobot planned around the same time where they could clean up the stink from Concord. Like it just all worked out, right? So I give them all the credit in the world for doing it. But yeah, no, I mean, again, it's just it was a natural, it wasn't forced on their part either. How many games have come out with Astrobot now? It's been like four demo games basically, or whatever it's been. 3 or 4. I can't remember the number of times they've used Astrobot, but it just worked kind of perfectly to their favor to create this game at this point. And again, Team Asobo had a great idea to delve into the nostalgia factor of PlayStation and to bring back those memories from a bunch of different levels, a bunch of different games and IP from the years past. Cool. They did their job, man. So again, hats off.
Yeah. James Thomas in the chat said Viva Pinata. That's the franchise I think they
Viva, I would love to see. I've called for Viva to come back. Yeah.
They have so much potential with that franchise. It's fun, it's relaxing, and they can do so much with it. That's the game I would like to see back as well. Yeah. We got a couple super chats, Pong.
Go ahead. Get them. And a shout out to 3-Bit showing up, the person who causes all the problems in the industry. He's responsible for every of them. Shout out to Dinero Primero. Has been a long time, Brody. He jumped in here for a bit. I don't know if he's still in here, but he did jump in here. Shout out to you. I saw you jump on through here. And shout out to Sanchez MTZ Game, of course, dropping in here, as he is always want to do as well. And everybody else that's listening to us. Nothing but love and appreciation for all of you swinging by, whether you're here for 5 minutes or whether you're here for the full time. Again, giving us your most valuable commodity, which is your time, that you can't get back. So thank you for enjoying the BS between me and Mav. Go ahead, Mav.
Did we get to Alvin with the $2 earlier about the Xbox Wire post?
Yes, we did.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Alvin. Again, appreciate you. And we got, let's see, BT Maverick 707 with a $10 very generous super chat says, Sony players didn't even support Ratchet and Clank either, as we've seen with the Insomniac leaks. It lost Sony money, and I'm expecting those sales with Astrobot. But hopefully their budget isn't overblown. Yeah, we'll see how it does. I think with the hype the games media is putting on this, it's going to probably do a fair amount.
Don't have anything else.
Yeah, it's going to be marketed and championed. I'm curious, like when the PS5 Pro is announced, they're going to follow it with this, and it's just kind of like riding that wave of like positivity. And I imagine that when like we talked about numerous times on our shows, when they have the PS5 Pro announcement, that's going to be a hopes and dreams showcase. And there are going to be a lot of excitement and hype at that show, and I'm hoping I am too. I really do. If you watch our co-stream of that event whenever it takes place, and you see me give them a high rating, you call me names and stuff, whatever, because I think they deliver a good show. I'm just warning you now. If they show a bunch of good new games I'm excited for with great trailers and have compelling hardware, then I will say, hey, that was awesome. You know, because I love shows like that. I'm expecting that to be what they are. I'm curious if we're going to get any kind of years or release dates on some of these games are going to show. That'll be what I'm really curious about. But ultimately, yeah, I think we're going to see this kind of wave of positivity over PlayStation for a little while. And then it'll phase out a little bit when Silent Hill 2 sucks ass. And, there's no big games for PS5 Pro that actually launch with it. And more of the Xbox games continue to hit this year. But those will largely be ignored as well. And even when Indiana Jones comes out, people say, oh, should you get an Xbox for Indiana Jones? So you'll probably see articles. No, just wait for it on PlayStation. You'll probably see articles like that for sure.
Of course.
And I'll be playing it on Xbox, on Game Pass for sure. And try it out on PC also. Man, gotta love that.
Yes, sir.
Alvin with the $5 super chat says, can you imagine going to Satya's office and saying, we need to counter Astrobot? And he looks over the Minecraft MAUs. He'd probably laugh. That's what I'm saying. Like, the amount of people that are actually going to play Astrobot versus the amount of people that play Sea of Thieves every day, that play Minecraft, that play even Grounded. Like really? You know, or do they need to have an Astrobot, or can they just keep milking those franchises that have been crazy successful? And if you say, oh, they haven't homegrown those, well, Grounded they did. Sea of Thieves they did.
And it was a lot of kids.
Sea of Thieves and Grounded both started under Microsoft. Minecraft they purchased, and they were criticized and said, oh, that's spent too much money on that. Yeah. They obviously has become just even more of a monster under them. Even on the spin-off games, the Minecraft Legends, Minecraft Dungeons, all those kind of things, still do pretty well. But yeah, they don't need. But you could say you want. Hey, why not? We want more variety. We want make as many games as you possibly can. If Pong said, if there's a developer that has a good idea, hey, embrace it, roll with it, and that's what Game Pass is all about. That's what the Xbox ecosystem is all about. And I think, like we said, I think Activision's got some of those developers. I think Double Fine is that kind of developer.
Yes.
So we'll see more, and maybe Rare too. You never know.
Yeah. They got solar panels. Any more?
They got their greenhouse. No, we're good. We got it.
No, we got it. Cool. Really quick, way off topic though, but gotta say it's pretty damn cool to see for all my music lovers out there, Linkin Park coming back. If for anybody who doesn't know, they announced their comeback. It's been like 7 years or whatever it's been, and they got a new lead singer, co-lead singer.
Oh, that's what I was gonna
Emily
ask.
Armstrong.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if they had a replacement for Chester.
Yeah, Emily Armstrong. Shout out to her. I hadn't heard of her before. I'm actually kind of surprised now going back and listening to her other band that I have not heard of before. A smaller band out of Los Angeles called Dead Sarah. But they've been around for a long time, and she sings a lot of music that I actually really enjoy. I just flipped on a couple of their albums today once I heard the news, and she's got a fantastic voice. Now, again, if you're an old Linkin fan like myself, I mean, obviously, rest in peace, Chester. I mean, again, there's no replacing that dude ever, especially with the songs that he created that were personal to him, right? So there is no replacing. She's going to try. She's got a raspy voice like he does, and they've already somebody put out a video. They've redone some of the old stuff. I have a hard time with the old stuff. I'm really more excited for the new stuff that she can kind of make her own, because I think I always have a problem with this. Some people don't, but I have a problem with people redoing songs. There's very few songs redone by other people. There's some where I go, damn, that's pretty damn good, but there are very few that ever match the original, especially favorites. So I can't wait to hear the new stuff where she can actually make it her own, because she does have a freaking amazing voice. But it's not bad. Listen to some of the originals. It's not bad. It's just not Linkin. Park, but I'm happy they're back again as one of my favorite bands. Really cool to see Lincoln, and it's gutsy for her to take on try to fill those shoes, because there's gonna be a lot of people that say absolutely not, you don't do it. It's cool though. It's really cool when they try. So can't say it. Yeah, no, can't replace a legend. You're absolutely right, OCD. Never. But still pretty awesome, man. And again, now I found a new band, because I'm going to go back and listen to her Dead Sarah stuff, because her Dead Sarah stuff, like I said, I just listening real quickly through a couple of albums. Some really good shit.
What is it? Is it kind of like Evanescence-y, or is
they've got a big mix. She's got screaming vocals in there, but they've got slow songs in there.
Mm-hmm.
There's some oh boy, there's a little bit of Deftones in there. There is some fuck, man. What else did I hear? I'm just trying to think. I was quickly flipping through some of their stuff. What else did I hear? They got a wide ranging mix, is what I'll say. And again, it depends on the album, because they were out for a lot of years. They got like a lot of different albums. I think they got like five albums over 8-year period, 10-year period, something like that. So there's like and obviously bands change as they go through. Yeah, go check them out. Dead Sarah is her original band. She's a co-founder of that band. So go check that out if you want to hear her voice. Otherwise, you can certainly find some of the stuff that she's been doing with Linkin Park, because that was a surprise. They had that completely under wraps. Nobody knew this was happening.
Have you on the same track, just because we're talking about this? Have y'all heard Sublime?
Yes.
Recently, with his
not recently. No. Do they have new stuff?
Yeah, his son.
Oh, really? No.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
Yeah. I forget the name of the lead singer back in the day's name.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
But his son is the new lead singer of Sublime, and they've been doing stuff. They were on Howard Stern. They did a couple things of some other places as well, and he sounds great, man.
Okay. I
think they even had maybe a new song. Yeah. Fuck. I can't. Sorry, I don't remember the names, but
yeah. No, that's fine.
If you like Sublime, it's pretty crazy to actually see. Just like YouTube it.
Yep. Okay. I'm gonna definitely do that, because I'm definitely a music head. So I will definitely go check that out and see how he sounds. Thanks for heads up, man. I did not know that. Yeah. I know, James. I don't want to hear that they're redoing Chester's music. Just do your own thing. I get it. Same thing happened with Alice in Chains, right?
Yeah. It's hard to replace it, especially when it's a vocalist. It's hard to replace a voice. Like bands like Fuel were trying to find like a new lead singer for years and years, and it's just like once you lose the voice, like Stone Temple Pilots, like what are they gonna? It's the voice of some of these people are so special. Like it's hard to. That's what identifies a lot, you know.
And with these bands,
thanks,
with the grunge type era bands, with the grunge era type bands, there's the added. Well, there's this level always with any band, because it doesn't matter when you are a lead singer, and especially when you're one of the writers, right? Lane Staley, again with Alice in Chains, same thing. It's not just even about the voice; it's about what the songs meant for them. And for Lane, again, depression, drug use, like that was his music. And so when it's same for Chester, right? Chester was dealing with his demons, and music was his outlet. So these songs, extremely personal. The words, the feelings, when they sang it, it was a different level, right? Kurt, again, Nirvana, Kurt Cobain, when he sang his songs, different, because it was him. He was putting himself into those songs. So when you bring somebody else in that tries to redo them, you're just putting a voice over the words. They don't mean anything to that new singer. That new singer might love them. That new singer might have been a huge fan of the original singer, but that's not their story that's being told. So it's never going to have that same impact, let alone the original, just because it was the first time you ever heard them put out the words put out there. It's just totally different, man. It can't be replaced. It can't be copied. It just, no matter how close you get the voices. And again, her voice, raspy wise, she's got the notes right there with Chester. There's no doubt about it, but it's not the same, because the passion behind the words is not there. It's not the same. So anyways, love music.
But that's the cool thing about Sublime though, is like with the replacing of the vocals, it's like family.
Yes.
So it adds like another level there, like where like this many years later you can like, that's really cool to see that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It adds like an element of like respect and nostalgia or whatever you want to call it to it. You know.
Yeah, the angst of the grunge rock era. Yes, again, that's my era. I grew up with all the era. I grew up a huge fan of music. My parents were both my mom and my dad were huge fans of music. So and I got different forms from both of them, right? So I got 50, I got late 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and then I grew into my own, and I got grunge in my, my grunge was my era, 90s, along with rap and everything else. I listened to everything but country, so it's wide ranging. But yeah, we've left so many artists, especially singers, have gone way, way, way too soon, going all the way back. Obviously, Elvis, Jim Morrison, etc., way before their times, because their music was driven by a lot of personal demons, right? It's what it is. Not everybody has to have that in their lives to write music and sing, but it seems like a lot of people do have that, and that's what comes out in their songs. It's crazy. Yeah. Anyways, way off topic. Now I threw myself.
Yeah, I know. We gotta you talk about like 90s alternative and grunge rock for hours.
Yo, absolutely, because massively into it. Right? I've been to tons of concerts, right? Local bands all the way to big time stuff, So yeah, I could sit and talk to music because I love fucking music, bro. It's the language of the universe. All right, let's get back into it real quick here, man. We've gone for 3 hours. We got tons of stuff we could jump into here. Let's touch on it real quick because Elvin did bring it up in his super chat. So let's touch on it because, like you said, Mav, we had heard that Xbox wasn't going to be at Tokyo Game Show, or at least they were still partnered with Tokyo Game Show, right? They were a supporter. They were listed on their list, but was it Greenberg or somebody came out and I don't remember who it was, but it had come out and been written that they weren't really going to have a presence. They've had a big presence. Actually, their presence actually got bigger over the past couple of years. But they've been there. Phil even did some of the opening for Tokyo Game Show just 2 years ago, man. I think he did the opening where he was on stage at Tokyo. Obviously, Phil, Sarah, everybody's been over there a billion times. We've seen a lot of their efforts being rewarded with a lot of franchises coming. Now we got the new partnership with Square Enix. The smoke's been out there, Mav, that, Final Fantasy 16, and now the smoke is also including Final Fantasy 7, which, again, a lot of us didn't. I said I would not hold my breath on that one, but now that Jez is hinting at that, Special Nick, shout out to Nick, he's hinting at that's real, that Final Fantasy 7 could be included in this new Square Enix initiative to bring games to everybody. There's a lot that could show up at TGS. So when we kind of got the word, we kind of like scratched our head and said, well, why? They got a lot of stuff going on over in the East. Why would they not be there? And they didn't have like an Eastern part of their showcase show this year either, because they had so much first party to show. They didn't have that whole Sega Atlas section that they've had, didn't have the big Square section, which a lot of us thought would be there with Final Fantasy 16 being the big showpiece. But now, just tonight, again, like Alvin said, it just went out. Xbox Wire made a post that they are going to be at Tokyo Game Show. I'll read the post because this is kind of breaking news because this happened while we were live. The Xbox Tokyo Game Show 2024 broadcast returns Thursday, September 26th at 7 p.m. JST, Japanese Standard Time, 3 a.m. Pacific, 6 a.m. Eastern. Geez, 5 in the morning our time, man. Ooh, boy. Yeah. 11 a.m. UK time. We warmly welcome players around the world to tune in as we share content from Xbox Game Studios, Activision, Blizzard, and Bethesda. We'll also showcase an exciting lineup of games from third-party partners, primarily based in Japan and across Asia, including games coming to Game Pass. This year's broadcast will be available on Tokyo Game Show's official YouTube channel, as well as on select Xbox social channels in Japanese, English, Korean, blah, blah, blah. Every year, Xbox's Tokyo Game Show logo is redesigned to showcase unique Japan-inspired theme. This year, the iconic Xbox Nexus, a Japanese player, and a lucky black cat have been paired together to give given a sci-fi look. We hope that this year's Xbox theme brings players around the world good luck and great joy in their gaming pursuits. Can't wait to bring our Tokyo Game Show 2024 broadcast to players from Japan, across Asia and the world, and celebrate amazing games and creators are building for Xbox consoles, PC, and cloud. For more details on the full schedule, visit our official site. And then, as Alvin also mentioned, Tina Meany, again, shout out to Tina Meany and her whole team. Love you. One of the best hires Xbox has ever done. She also put out a tweet just an hour ago saying, we've got a little more news coming from you because my team's work is never done, with a smiley face. Also, please admire our show visual, which I definitely probably had a little bit of fun with in our graphics package. So, yeah, it's a pretty cool. It is a futuristic kind of sci-fi look. It actually, yeah, it's kind of dope. So Mav, Tokyo Game Show, they're gonna be there, and it sounds like they've got announcements, Mav, and maybe potentially some new stuff. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, dude, I hope maybe we'll get some of that Final Fantasy news that's been rumored.
Yeah.
Last Tokyo Game Shows were Phil or I can't remember, was it Phil, and they like shook hands with the Square Enix people and were like, hey, we're partners now. Then Square was like, hey, any opportunity we get now, and if we can, we're gonna put our games on Xbox, and we'll see. Maybe this is the time. I think I can't remember who it was, but there's a couple of journalists out there saying that to look for potential Final Fantasy news on Xbox soon. Maybe it's 16 with the thoughts about the possibility of even Final Fantasy 7 remake, at least part 1, getting announced for Xbox. You know, me, I'm holding out my hope for Final Fantasy Tactics announcement at Tokyo Game Show this year. Every year when we have showcases, I'm always hoping for that because it's one of the games that we have known to exist that has not been announced yet with the remake for that. So hopefully that gets announced. But other than that, I think it's pretty cool. I mean, they're not missing the boat on any kind of shows this year. They've had Visions of Mana just drop on Xbox. They have a
September 26th, Thatch, by the way. He was just asking what date.
Okay.
Yeah, it was 26th. Yep.
We have the they have the Atlas games all coming. They have Metaphors going to launch this year on Xbox. There's a much bigger Japanese at least presence with the kinds of games they're having come out. So I'm hoping they can kind of generate some more excitement and even more games. Genshin's coming. You have, which is that's made in China or Korea? I can't remember.
Oh, that is China.
China. So they have,
yep.
So that doesn't matter for Tokyo Game Show, but it's an Asian region at least. Yeah. So as far as that, there's lots of reasons to tune in because you never know what's going to happen now. Like at any of these shows, they had Kinetsugami Path of the Goddess from Capcom launch into Game Pass this year. Yeah, I know, man. Like, I'm thinking there'll probably be some kind of announcements. I just don't know what they could be because they are, I think, reserving some of those announcements for that audience. You know,
absolutely, of course, yeah, where it's going to have the biggest impact. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, so it does make sense.
And if they're scheduling out their shows and kind of looking at, okay, how are we doing our shows this year? Well, we have so many announcements. What are we going to do? Like, okay, we're going to do these at this show, these at this show. We're going to have these at this, and we're going to have these at this. You know, it just kind of makes sense. I think that I'm trying to think of something that like some kind of crazy outlandish speculation just to have fun, make some kind of crazy prediction, but like it's too hard. I don't know what could be there. Maybe something from Sega.
Hmm.
I think we're gonna have the obvious Square stuff, but I think we're gonna have something from Sega.
They got the Crazy Taxi. They got the whole remake section of games that was announced at Xbox's showcase 2 years ago or whatever.
Yeah, those haven't been really talked about too much since then.
Really? Right? Yeah, exactly. So those could be there. It could be a Game Pass deal. Obviously, because we know Xbox cut that deal to help them with the back end stuff with the servers, which everybody tried to downplay and poo-poo. And of course, as we keep re-mentioning yet again, because we were right, we got the whole Atlas catalog opened up to us because of that deal. And why not? Maybe some of those games will come to Game Pass, some of the remakes. Yeah, I think there could be a lot of that. I think Final Fantasy 16 would be the big one. And if they even tease the fact that 7 will be coming, massive moment. Again, that is one that PlayStation only fans are still saying will never show up on Xbox, right?
Yeah.
That deal's done. Again, I even said I wouldn't hold my breath. But if that is coming, big. Again, I don't care how old it is. I don't care how long the first time, the first part of it came out, whatever it was it 3 years ago, 4 years ago, whatever it's been now. I don't care about any of that stuff. Just the fact that they're showing up on Xbox. That's what I said all along. That's why I thought Square Enix would be at the showcase, at Xbox's showcase, was to cement this idea that they are serious. Again, we got Visions of Mana, which is great. I can't wait to play that. It's on my list. I really want it. Just don't have time. And it's, all that stuff's fine, but they really need to cement it. And that's with obviously the mainline Final Fantasy franchise that will cement it, that they're being serious, that this is new leadership. And so I think this will be a bigger place to announce it as at TGS. Since we didn't get anything at the showcase and we obviously didn't get anything at Gamescom, why not here? Make it a big deal. It would be huge. So now that Xbox is going to be there, it makes all the sense in the world. Let's go. So yeah. Looking forward to this. That'll be a Thursday, Mav, and it'll happen in the morning. So you and I will be able to talk about it on PM to PM at the end of this month. Think about that. We got it all lined up. That Thursday's going to be locked in, brother.
That's right. And so that'll be what, 3 weeks, roughly.
Yep. 3 weeks.
This week, because this Friday we have episode 199 for XUP.
Yep.
And then next Friday, which would be the 13th. Is next Friday the 13th?
No, next Friday will be the 13th.
Yeah,
yep,
that'll
Friday
be 13th. Episode 100. So we'll still be 2 weeks away from TGS at that point. But yeah, it's more news for Xbox to come, everybody. More news for gaming to come. I'm also curious, just in general, what other kind of announcements happen at TGS. The Konami could show some stuff there. Obviously, like we said, Sega, Capcom. You have I'm curious from Sega more about possibly seeing more from Metaphor, and because that game keeps looking better and better the more I
Which
see
one?
it. Metaphor from Atlas.
Oh yeah, yep.
Looks incredible.
Good. A lot of people are saying it's going to be another new franchise for Atlas. That this is sit alongside Persona.
Could that be like a game that could end up becoming, like, if it takes off, becoming a surprise game of the year contender? Because like Persona's always kind of in that category whenever a new Persona comes out.
It could, but
because this is supposed to be a big franchise.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, could it be in the conversation? Of course it could. I think Astrobot's got it.
Yeah, I think Astrobot's going to win. But Astrobot makes it into the contenders, obviously. Dragon's Dogma 2 makes it.
I obviously think it should. It's still my game of the year right now. It's still Steel's game of the year, even after Black Myth Wukong. He confirmed last weekend he would still give it to Dragon's Dogma 2 now.
Black Myth Wukong will probably be in the list.
Black Myth Wukong probably will, since they're not going to review it on PlayStation 5, so the PC version is okay. It's not perfect by any stretch of imagination, but that doesn't matter either. We've seen that doesn't matter for game of the year. So Wukong could definitely be in the conversation. Trying to think what else has hit big this year. Helldivers 2 won't be there. Power World won't be there. I mean, you could argue. I'm trying to think, what did Nintendo have this year?
They had something that
had something, right?
Had something that was kind of popular. I don't remember, man. Chat, help us out. What did Nintendo had at least one bigger game this year, I think. Oh, Metroid, right?
No,
that was the announcement. Metroid, yeah, they had the new trailer for Metroid.
If they again, do I think this is going to happen? No, but do I think that Keighley could do it? Because again, he already showed last year that he's willing to just warp all the rules. Shadow of the Erdtree. Again, I will flip my shit if they put a DLC in there, but
it was big.
It was big. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was
that'll be one.
That'll be in there. Balatro could actually be a smaller indie game that shows up in there. A lot of people love the hell out of it, bro. Could be. Tekken 8 as a fighter, sneak in
Oh,
there.
I would love to see it. I would love to see it.
Oh, I would love to see it too. I'm just reading the biggest scoring games off Open Critic right now. I don't think Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth had really scored well, but I just don't think it's gonna hit. I gotta play that yet too.
I know, man.
Map. They came out January 26th. I love Like a Dragon. Like, I have not touched that. Like, how is that even freaking possible at this point that I have not touched that freaking game yet? I've not touched Balatro, and that's a game right up my alley, which is stupid. Trying to see. Was Paper Mario the 1,000-Year Door this year? It must have been.
Maybe.
Huh?
I can't remember. It could be that Mario Brothers ship game. Mario and Luigi Brothers. Oh, yeah,
that's coming out later this year, right? Yeah. That'll be up there. That'll be interesting. Because I can guarantee you that's going to score in the 90s. So that versus Astrobot to see who wins.
Mr. Waffles says Unicorn Overlord. As much as I would love to see that,
should in the conversation. 1,000%.
I don't think it will be, though.
One of the best turn-based JRPGs to come out in a long time.
I think it's already been forgotten about by most of games media.
Again, people can't even believe Dragon's Dogma 2 came out this year.
Yeah.
People forget. We've had so many games, but yes, Unicorn Overlord should be there as well. I agree 1,000% %.
Yeah, earlier this year, the first half, and everybody was saying, "Oh, we're in a rut." Like it was slammed with great games, man.
No,
like there was just like different
next
genres.
Next year's gonna be the same too.
Yeah. It's just hard this year to pick. I think.
Wo Long was this year? Really?
No, it was last year, right? That was last year.
Was it?
Wo Long was last year.
No, February. Did it? No.
What?
Oh,
no.
Complete edition.
Okay. Yeah, it was last.
I was like, what the? I'm like, don't tell me I'm that far off. Like, yo, what? Yeah, that's pretty much. That's all I can see.
So Sony will have, as far as exclusives, Final Fantasy Rebirth Part 2 and Astrobot show up for a Game of the Year contention. Xbox won't have anything, I don't think. Because Indiana Jones would have maybe been able to hit the mark, but it's releasing too late. It's released in December.
They should have released Avowed.
Yeah, Avowed would have been the.
It should have had a shot.
Hellblade 2 didn't review as well as it could have. So
I love this. Hellblade 2 is going to win awards.
Yeah,
it's going to win graphics awards. It's going to win sound. It better. Okay, it better. They better be up for technical stuff.
Yeah, voice acting.
They better
stuff,
because they set the bar.
Yeah.
Oh, they've set the bar. Again, I don't care what anybody says. Black Myth could be the most beautiful thing ever, and still says it's beautiful, but nothing's touching Hellblade 2.
No.
Okay, so it better be up for, but it's not going to get Game of the Year nomination. It's not.
Yeah, I think it misses the Game of the Year nomination too, but I do think it gets praise at the Game Awards.
Oh yeah, it should definitely win. It'll win some BAFTAs. It will get its flowers, right? Not the way that many of us thought it had a shot, but it will get its flowers no matter what, because it set the bar. So.
Alvin says a Zelda game releases this month. It's getting a nom. Which Zelda game?
Oh, the one where you're princess, where you're actually Zelda.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that one with the crystal staff, or whatever thing? Yeah.
I tune every single one of those games out lately. James Thomas says Call of Duty. That's the thing. Like I'm saying, like Call of Duty's probably, you could make an argument that it's probably better than most games. You know what I mean? Like, and higher production value, better gameplay, than a lot of the games that could be even be considered for Game of the Year. But it's just not ever gonna be considered. We talked about at the beginning of the show. Like it's a strange thing, because you have your bad years and good years, or mediocre years, but even a bad year for Call of Duty is better than most big budget games.
Of course it is.
Like, so I don't know. A game where they excel beyond everybody's expectations, could they actually put a chance to?
Forza Horizon 5 was beyond anything else that year. Hands down, it was the class. Yeah, it was the class of that year.
And played by
as far as a game. As far as polish, as far as everything goes, everything that it offered, amount of all of it. Fun, across the board. It was universally loved. More people tried a racing game than had ever tried a racing game before. It broke boundaries. It did everything the journalists asked games to do all the damn time. Except It's just a car game.
Yeah.
Fuck. That still irks me to this day, obviously. I still think that was...
I forget what was nominated that year. Was that the year that Stray was nominated?
That's the Stray one. Yeah, Stray one.
Oh my god. Yeah, and people still playing the shit out of Forza Horizon 5.
Correct. Setting more records, setting big numbers constantly. They continue to update it because that's all Xbox does, is continue to update their fucking games and continue to support their games. Something the industry doesn't do, something that journalists hate. But again, no credit is ever given for how many ongoing games that are supported for years by Xbox dev.
Yeah.
Years beyond what anybody else would do.
Like Age of Mythology Retold is a fantastic game played by so many people and all these other kind of things, but not a chance in hell it even shows up at the Game Awards. You know what I mean? Like, so, Tito says Stalker 2. That's a...
it could if Stalker 2, it
could be a good story for the Game Awards too, with the developer.
It could be a great story
and everything,
Correct. If it comes out polished, if it comes out in good shape, if it comes out, could it? Yes, it definitely could sneak in there in the conversation. Do I think it ultimately wins? No, but could it sneak in as like the indie darling? Because technically, game, they are, and especially everything they went through, right? Yes, I think Stalker 2 could be in there if everything hits right.
Yeah. It's interesting to try and predict this thing so early. And we still have a few months
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Astrobot, Dragon's Dogma 2, Mario Brothership, Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, and Elden Ring Erdtree. I swear to Christ, if the DLC's in there, you guys are going to hear me ranting. If you guys don't want to hear me ranting about the Keeleys, if they put Erdtree in there, it's over with.
What did this Phantom Liberty get nominated for last year? Was it in the Game of the Year competition, or was it just...
No.
It was ongoing game.
It was ongoing game, which... Cyberpunk was ongoing because they had to fix so much shit. And again, I love Cyberpunk from day one. I'm not a fake late to the fucking train with Cyberpunk dude. I from day one was praising the shit out of Cyberpunk. That is not an ongoing game.
I have a question just regarding this, because I see people talk. I saw one post going on like, we need to move on from trying these games as service games and all this other stuff and just make these other kind of games. And like, one of the games that Keith is using as an example of one that failed as a live service game was Redfall. But do you consider that as a live service game? Because for what we knew, it was just a co-op game that had a planned expansion for it. Or did they have plans beyond that, or
as live service? Yes.
Okay.
They had talked about it as a live service game themselves in an interview. So again, is that term? Can that mean different things to different publishers and developers? Of course, it's one of those terms that is being
if you
like roguelite, like Souls-light, that it can mean something else for somebody else.
Yeah, so we can look back at a game like, let's say, Halo 2. And retroactively, do we consider Halo 2 a live service game because it had multiple map packs for it?
Sure. I mean, I would consider Call of Duty a live service game. 1,000.
Yeah, but the difference between the Call of Duty and something back then is like Call of Duty, you can buy all these skins for it, and like
but I'm saying even Call of Duty back in the day,
and there's battle passes and shit.
Yeah, but I would say Call of Duty back in the day was too, because it had again, that was before we had that term, but yes, because they did ongoing content.
What game created that term? Was it Destiny?
Good question. Maybe, yeah, could be.
Because that term started existing, I think, more so with a game that had this long-term plan, and then Fortnite came about that was free to play.
Yeah, they had the 10-year plan.
Yeah, and like the people started talking about, this games as a service, and like retroactively, like, do we consider games that have expansion content and DLC games as service, or do we just consider battle passes and microtransactions like every week, or like what?
There has to be ongoing updates to content. Again, planned DLC, to me, like one-shot DLC that you drop, like that doesn't count as live service.
So like Phantom Liberty, right, is a big expansion, right?
Right, it's a big expansion, but again, that's just an expansion. That's not a live service aspect. That's to me. Again, that's to me. They slipped it in there because of all the work. They reworked the entire game. Like, I'm not going to take that away from CDPR. They changed the entire game, man.
Right.
Right. So they changed the entire system. I know that's why they nominated it. Right. They could slip it in there that way because, again, CDPR did massive ongoing work to that game, but that game was not intentionally done that way. Like, that's not what the original plan was. And my problem was they removed the multiplayer from ever coming out, and we were supposed to get 2 DLCs, and we didn't get those DLCs at all.
Mm-hmm.
We just got the expansion of Phantom Liberty. So they changed the entire scope of what they were planning on doing with that game, and they had to work on it. So that's where I go, come on.
And some games kind of transform over time too, where they like have expand their plans, right? Because it has so much traction, you know. So it's I don't know. It's hard for me to figure out what belongs in some of those categories. Sometimes there's a lot of gray area there, and I think sometimes everybody kind of just tries to put everything in a box, you know. Like here's this kind of game, and there's this kind of game. Let's make sure that if they have any kind of expansion or DLC or maps or anything that comes out later, it's considered a games as a service, bad for the industry kind of thing, right? And then there's like people that say, well, like it's ruining everything, but like that shit has existed for fucking a long ass time, you know. And I don't know, it's weird to see that so much hate gets put on some of that stuff. But like anyway, for Game Awards, yeah, like a DLC expansion shouldn't count for a whole new game. But I have a feeling, like many in the chat, that this might be the year with Shadow of Erdtree that happens. We'll see.
I will flip the fuck out. Anonymous Boss, listen, Sniffles is up on the shelf for future use. Okay, so we're not going to call Mav Sniffles tonight. Okay, it's waiting there for his next sickness. Right, so I'm not going to do that. Sniffles is a name that's reserved for very specific time.
It's retired right now, guys. Be nice. No more. I can't take it.
Yes, that is correct. Stage, that's what we've talked about plenty of times. I'd love to see somebody give him direct competition for his Game Awards, because it is true. He gets to call the shots. And again, Keeley, I think, is a net good for the industry overall. Again, whether I like him personally or not, I think he's a net good for what he's done, but he definitely needs somebody to press him.
The bad thing is the only group of people I could see actually taking on that mantle to try and challenge it would be Ziff Davis / IGN, you know.
Fuck that.
And I don't want to see that. Yeah, I don't want to see that either.
That would be the Sony Awards for real.
Yeah. Like it's so what do I don't know how who would do it, you know?
You need even one of the established ones like BAFTAs or somebody to have a face like Keeley to take it more commercialized, right? To not lose the integrity that some of those have, but to take it more commercialized. And again, I said, if somebody actually came out and said, we're actually going to do the full gaming year, so we're going to do our awards in end of January, beginning of February, I think they would automatically get an uptick on Keeley instantaneously just by doing that, because a lot of people would be like, thank God, let's go. So they've already got a shot at doing that. It's just finding somebody willing to take it that way that Keeley did. And again, that's why I give Keeley credit as a net good, because he did something that really not a lot of people could, right? There wasn't a lot of people with clout like Keeley in this industry at the time when he did it, because this industry wasn't quite as big as it is now when he chose to start going down that road. So there wasn't a whole lot of people that could pull it off like he did. And so I got to give him some credit, but I just don't like the way he does shit. So it is what it is. Calorie, we said that, I said that when I was looking at the list, Balatro could sneak in there. I think as the indie darling, it could definitely sneak in there. So I think Ballatros's got a shot. For sure. Brett Bingham says, Pongsol, if StarCraft is big in South Korea, what are the chances we see a StarCraft console port or any StarCraft news at Tokyo Game Show? Listen, we've been talking about this since the ABK deal was announced. You already know how much me and Mav love RTSs. We've been talking about this. We've talked about specifically what this would do for your Asian market, right? People don't StarCraft's popular worldwide. One of the most popular franchises of all time worldwide, especially when you talk about strategy games, but even in general, StarCraft, the name is known worldwide. But honestly, South Korea, bro, different,
yeah,
just different. So yeah, you would make your mark. So I think at any point this is announced, but I think that a StarCraft revival is safe for the main stage at your Xbox showcase because it is a worldwide big time. It will crash the internet when StarCraft is announced as coming back. Like that will be the talk of the town when that's announced, right? Even in this far along, even as people want to say RTSs are niche, StarCraft is announced. Even amongst the journalists, there's a lot of old school journalists who were StarCraft fanatics. You'll see them come out of the woodwork writing articles. Like, we're going to hear it nonstop. So I think you save that for the Xbox showcase if you're going to do it next year. I think so. I would love to see it. I don't care if they want to do it at the Tokyo Game Show. Go for it, Phil. Please, by all means, do it. I'm just saying. I think it's bigger than that. Right, Mav?
100%. Yeah. I mean, it would maybe like if it was just like a update to it for PC.
Yeah, or a remake.
We're
forget the console.
That would be big. I would say that for bigger. I'm sure
a remake though that would be announced for a remake of StarCraft 1 and 2 package deal coming to PC and console at the same day and date. Yo, that'd be huge.
Yep.
Especially how they know how to do controller support now.
Oh man, I know, dude.
They've changed the game.
StarCraft has been on console in the past, I think.
Yeah, it was on Nintendo 64.
Yeah. Right? Mm-hmm. So a lot of people say, "Oh, RTS is on console. It's possible, ridiculous. They're doing this shit forever." You know,
they've been doing this shit, and now they've got it pretty much perfected. It's beautiful now.
Yeah. Come on, Phil.
Yeah, come on, Phil. Please do it. Quick ones, and then we'll get to Mav's. See if Mav wants to still do his thing. Let's do some quick hitters real quick. State of Decay 2 is getting its final update. We were just talking.
Yeah.
We were just no other publisher is supporting a game like State of Decay 2 for as long as Microsoft. Okay? This is the stuff that in this day and age when all these journalists write all these articles about the state of the industry and how, fickle it is and how risky it is and all these devs get laid off and all these publishers just want our money and they just fucking, all this stuff. Microsoft quietly goes about business. Xbox quietly goes about business and has, 10, 12 different IP that they support on an ongoing basis for years and years. State of Decay 2. Are you kidding me? Since 2018. It's getting update 38. This will be the final one. Undead Labs finally came out. Think about that. 38 updates in 6 years. That is over 6 a year, man.
Yeah.
For a game that was considered a bomb to start out with, and they transformed it into something respectable, hit over 10 million people trying it, and are making State of Decay 3.
Yeah. Undead Labs support, man.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Nobody talks about this shit. You think Sony would have kept going with State of Decay 2? Come on.
They'd given it maybe 4 weeks instead of 2.
Bro. So anyways, good on Undead Labs. Again, bravo to them. Hats off to them. A lot of the updates over the past year and a half, 2 years have been trial runs for some of the tech that they're going to be using in State of Decay 3. which has improved State of Decay 2 drastically. But they are finally doing their final update. Number 38, they announced it. They said they are going full bore onto State of Decay 3. I got to believe it's coming sooner than later. Again, I believe this could be a launch title for next gen if it's 2026. But hats off. Hats off to Undead Labs. Update 38, the final one.
Yeah.
What a run, man.
I wondered if this is going to be like closer to the last like year and a half or so development for the next one now or so. Like kind of getting full force to push it through. Can't wait to see what like that State of Decay 3 when we saw that at the showcase, what they were doing with that game, like is a huge leap for that studio, right? And I can't wait to see it come to reality, because the other thing we talk about this aspect, right? How are we going to have faith in fair games after what they did with Concord, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I will have the utmost faith in buying or playing State of Decay 3 if I'm a consumer, knowing the history of how Microsoft and Xbox has supported the State of Decay franchise. The first State of Decay, kind of the same as the second one, it had a little bit of rough launch. They kept getting updates and turned into something great. State of Decay 2 was a huge improvement over the first one, but still it had some issues. But man, they really turned it into something special over time, and added content, added new modes, added new parts of the map, added new changed gameplay elements, like got rid of the bug, everything is like 60 frames mode, like all these other kind of things. It just kind of kept adding and supporting and making it better and better and better. And so when I play State of Decay 3, that's gonna be my expectation that even like I want to have a great launch, obviously, right? But even if the numbers are low for players, even if they have some issues with bugs or whatever, I'm going to expect a long run for the game and it to get better and better and better and better and better, because they're not going to give up on it. Instead, they're going to cultivate this player base. But I do think this launches in a better state, much bigger and better than any other State of Decay before. I'm not expecting to be perfect by any means, right? No. But what they're doing with the resources they have behind them, the amount of time they're being given, and all this kind of stuff, the help that they have, the support that they have from Xbox and the other teams there at Microsoft, I think it's going to be something that's going to be a blast. Can't wait to see it. I think this is going to be kind of the vision of what they wanted for the franchise, right? So yeah, 100% support and the confidence you have matters for me. You know, that's what PlayStation had a chance to foster with Concord. Absolutely fumble, right? So we'll see what they do in the future with their other games and service games. But yeah, man.
Now, that was cool. Then Mav, we got Smoke. That's 2 Transformer games on the docket.
Oh yes, baby.
It's been reported that Microsoft Studios is working on 2 video game projects, simply codenamed Transformers. Both projects seem to be targeting this year for release. Could this be the Cybertron games remake, remasters, or brand new games? Personally, I think they are the backwards compatibility remakes, whatever they're doing to them for Fall of Cybertron and War for Cybertron. I think that makes the most sense after Hasbro put up the bat signal, said, come talk to us. We'd love to get those relicensed for you guys. No problem whatsoever. I don't think there's any way that Phil could have passed that up at all. I think it was too easy. So I think that's exactly what this is. Now, could we be surprised? It could be something new? Absolutely. But if it's just Fall of Cybertron and War for Cybertron, that's amazing. I hope we get them. Maybe they're going to come with, Boost and HDR, and that'll be awesome. So let's go. What do you think, man?
Yeah, I think it's what it is. But like we speculated early on when these rumors were going around and the talks like that, I think that they're going to put some more effort into them, not just like, hey, this is just the same experience that you played before. I think there's going to be some updates, maybe like FPS boost type stuff, or maybe some slight enhancements in some kind of ways. And so
Res boost,
make a
maybe.
big deal about the servers being back and all that kind of stuff, and try and kind of embrace this as like a franchise. Now, what I'm curious about, if they did that deal for those games, if there was anything else they did beyond that,
Correct.
and it
Which
was something I'd want to keep an eye on, right?
Yep. Again, always with them, the deals are deeper than what we first see up front.
Yeah.
It's just, and why wouldn't you? Again, Hasbro threw up the signal.
It happened time and time
wants
again.
to get
so
into
far.
gaming. Hasbro wants in the game. We just talked about Hasbro a couple months ago. Whatever they supposedly invested, what, $3 billion?
Yeah.
In the gaming or something like that. They're in. So, let's go. Let's cut those deals. I got to say, just on the back of this, Mav, I am a little disappointed with the release, or at least I shouldn't say the lack of release, but I shouldn't even say that. I should just say I am very disappointed that we don't have a roadmap for the Activision Blizzard or the Activision games. Right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I think we're coming up on a year, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, we've gotten Diablo, we've gotten Crash,
Modern Warfare 3,
Modern Warfare 3, right? Why don't we have a roadmap for all the other games? I know Tony Hawk's Twitter site just updated their picture with a new, because they're coming out on their 25th anniversary or 30th anniversary. One of the two.
I think 25th. Yeah.
25th. So they just updated their picture, so there could be some movement on the Tony Hawk side of things, which would be dope because I haven't played the remakes yet. I want to play them. I know. I can't wait to play them. Played a lot of originals. But yeah, I can't believe we have not gotten at least a partial roadmap with some of the games. Like, really? Like, is it taking this long for real? I don't know. It's just weird to me. But anyways, we'll get there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I wanted a big dumping of stuff.
Yeah. But I mean, even if you're not going to dump big, so you got all your marketing.
But like we said, maybe they are going to do like updates and stuff. I don't know.
Maybe. But again, some of the low key ones, like
Prototype would be pretty cool.
Prototype would be dope. I mean, again, the remakes are already, the remasters are already out. Like, we can buy them, so why not just dump them and say they're on Game Pass now?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not like people are rushing out to buy Prototype, bro. I mean, you kind of sold what you're gonna sell, right? So I don't know. It's just weird to me. But I don't run $1 billion franchises. All right, Mav. 3.5 hours in, we could talk all night. But let's wrap this up with your topic that you wanted to talk about that you started. Oh, also I should mention too, Genshin Impact fans, you guys have been waiting on Xbox. It is has been announced this week and confirmed, will not require Xbox Game Pass on Xbox. So Genshin is one of those free-to-play games. No Game Pass required. They confirmed. So anyways, just want to get that out. So Mav, we've had weirdness going on or surrounding the Series S, surrounding Xbox in general with some developers. This is nothing new. This stuff's been kind of happening sporadically all throughout this generation for different reasons. I mean, we've talked about all these different things, but we had like 3 things this week, Mav. All kind of happened at the same time, and they're all kind of not related, but they kind of are. Just about how this industry goes about talking about Xbox in certain fashions and how certain developers talk about Xbox. And again, it's just a lot of, don't like to overuse the word, but weird. It really is. This is strange to me because you would never, I don't believe, see this happen around anything to do with Nintendo or PlayStation at all, how these developers do this stuff. But anyways, we got some good news, Mav, right? We actually got multiple good news. First of all the fans, Capcom came out this week because, of course, the fighting collection, right? First of all, the Marvel fighting collection, we already knew was skipping. Then we got word from the Capcom fighting collection 2, which includes Power Stone 1 and 2, which I'm most excited for. It's basically the Dreamcast collection is what it is, which is freaking amazing. But that was skipping Xbox 2. Well, Capcom came out this week and said, we're happy to announce that after technical discussions with our partners at Microsoft, Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, Arcade Classics, and Capcom Fighting Collection 2 will release on Xbox One and Xbox Series consoles in 2021. 5. So stay tuned for more information. So that was the first good news this week, right?
It
Matt?
turns out also again, Jez
Yes.
Corden was right.
Correct. He was. And nobody apologized to him.
Yeah.
Again, because again,
And there's another whole situation regarding the Series S where again it's looking more and more like Jez Corden was right.
which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Black Myth Wukong.
Okay, the Black Myth.
Because like people are having long conversations about Black Myth Wukong as in if it's a reality that it's the Series S's fault. Like it's not on Xbox.
But this is, but it's boring and stupid and it's dumb because again, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
But
it's not on Xbox.
I know that, right?
It's not there. Like again, Xbox has made their statement, right? Game Science made their fucking statement. You can read between the fucking lines. If you choose not to and continue to try to say it's a technical problem, you don't know what to tell you. Xbox came out and said we have heard nothing from Game Science.
So this is my thing because like I agree there's a problem, right? Where Xbox let this happen potentially, or they let Sony make a deal behind it, whatever. They could have done the same thing, right?
Business. Who cares?
Yeah, exactly. So there's a problem that it's not on Xbox. That sucks, right? But for this whole conversation that's happening over on social media and games media and a lot of podcasts have created this reality, this alternate reality based on all these different little circumstances that have all for the most part been debunked or proven not to be like a thing.
Let me throw in the reason why there's a little bit of gasoline on the fire is because this week, Mav, Dune Awakening, the developers of Dune Awakening, that new MMO Dune game came out and gave a quote because obviously a journalist asked about it, saying that Dune Awakening on Xbox Series S will be a challenge, says Funcom. It's one of the reasons why we're coming out on PC first. There's a lot of optimizations we need to do before we release on Xbox, but yeah, Series S is a challenge.
Right. Now, what the thing I have about that specific article is we don't have anything from in the article about the specific conversation that was already taking place and the question that was asked. They just start with the article and the headline. This was the BG 247, right? They start on the headline, and this happens to happen. This article comes out later, at kind of far after Gamescom now, right? The same week that there's all this other Series S smoke, right? Just saying, okay, look at that.
Yep.
Then you look at the fact that in this article, there's also no context about the conversation that was already being had or the question that was even asked to the person. Instead, it starts with the specific quote, that goes into the Series S, where we don't even know what was being discussed. And the headline was obviously about the Series S. This could have been a grander conversation about optimization in general. Later in the whole quote, if you actually continue to read down, they talk about optimizing for older PCs and how older graphics cards, and it's going to be a challenge for all of that, but they're going to get it to work. And that seems to be more of the conversation was probably actually about. Maybe the question was asked specifically about the Series S, and they said, yeah, it's a challenge. And ultimately that's why we develop on PC first, because we do for all these different hardware scopes. It just makes sense. It seems like a grander conversation about optimization. But if you're trying to take advantage of the smoke that's out there, what's getting the most attention on social media and all these other kind of things, well, everybody's shitting on the Series S right now. What else were you going to do? We don't want to write another Concord article. No. Instead, hey, let's actually not give any context about the conversation or anything, and let's just start it exactly when he mentions the Series S and about it being a challenge. And let's just go with that. Because, hey, let's add to this. So I have a problem with any article where you're not giving the actual context and you just start it in mid-conversation, first off. I want to know the question. I want to know more information about what's being said instead of one piece of a quote. because we don't have the rest of the whole conversation to even go and reference. Sometimes this happens a lot in sports media or other kind of journalism where we actually find out and we go and look and we're like, oh yeah, they missed, like, especially in politics, this happens all the time.
Oh,
like,
oh my God.
Yeah, like it's you can go and like, hey, you missed 2 paragraphs actually about how this whole conversation,
all the context and totally different.
A whole different meaning or anything, and that's completely left out. So I don't take this and say, hey, they're saying that the Series S is causing us to actually not release on Xbox on time. That's what everybody ran with because that's what the headline and what the article paints the picture as, right? But it's timing. It's the timing of this, and it's done purposefully. It's done purposefully because the Black Myth Wukong conversation has been going on.
Correct.
And it's done purposely because of that, even though even more people have come out and from games media and added more and more people saying that game was paid to be exclusive by Sony. There's no reason that game cannot run on a Series S. But in some people's belief, just because it's not on Xbox, it's got to be a technical problem, such as when the developer from Rocksteady before said that, oh, the Series S, or optimization, we have a hard time, it creates bottlenecks and all these other kind of things. Meanwhile, hey, the Rocksteady's own game runs great on the Series S and Series X and PS5. There's been numerous situations, time and time again, where every single one of them has been a thing that's debunked. Hey, this whole conversation from Avowed, oh, it's running at 25 frames. How much did that blow up that Series S is going to be a problem for Avowed? And that, oh, the Series S is holding things back. Well, it turns out, hey, the developer actually meant to say 35. But even if he did say 25, he also said that there was plenty of room for optimization and plenty of time. There even wasn't an issue then. But it's just another talking piece that somebody caught the fact that the developer said that and made it into a whole headline and a whole article because it paints the Series S again in a negative light. So you add all these things up, and it's almost like this agenda that's being put out there that's become a reality in so many people's minds, where I can only point to one thing this entire generation where the Series S has actually caused a legitimate problem, and that was Baldur's Gate 3. There's been one game that's where we can actually point to and say, yes, definitively, that caused the game to skip Xbox at launch, or caused the game to take longer on Xbox at launch and other problems. And that was because of the parity thing, because they had the split screen co-op mode that they wanted to do for the entire world and all that stuff. So they ended up doing a deal with Xbox, and they ended up fixing that. Later, they did more optimization on it and ended up helping every platform. There hasn't been anything else this entire generation that has actually pointed to a factual thing that the Series S is causing games to skip Xbox or be delayed on Xbox. But it has become a reality in so many people's minds that it was a mistake, that this can't happen. Meanwhile, you have crazy games that are massive in scope and ambition and technical, this fidelity and size running fine on a Series S. It happens every week. There's releases that happen on the Series S where it's like, wow, hey, it's amazing. How can they get the shit to run on that? It seems like it's almost impossible according to what some of these articles are saying. Even when the game that where they had the certification issue last week in Otria, where they talked about, that's a different issue. Again, everybody was reaching towards the Series S. Automatically, there was a problem with the game passing certification according to the developers, and all of a sudden the community speculated it was the Series S. And it created another false narrative in everybody's minds that the Series S is at fault, even though the developer themselves said it was running fine on the Series S. So how many of these instances have to keep taking place that get debunked and disproven for people to stop using them in their narratives and this attack agenda against a piece of hardware? Because you can point to every single one of these instances almost and say, hey, that's like, what is there? The Dune Awakening one is interesting, but I want more context, right? Mm-hmm. I want more context. I'm not going to count anything that seems like this attack-based headline that where you actually read it and it seems like ultimately the developer's being positive about the whole situation. Like
because I'll give it context right here. So he said, quote, Unreal does a lot of the work for us in some ways. Junior states in an interview at Gamescom 2024 last month. Junior also provided insight to what some of the focus has been during ongoing closed beta tests and stated that a lot of the time has already been spent making sure the game runs on all manner of machines with different hardware specs. Quote, Unreal does a lot of the work for us in some ways. What we're more doing is optimization of assets and using various technologies, be it FSR, something else, to replicate frames. We want the game to look stunning on high end, whether you have a 3070 or a 4090, but we also want it to look good. I don't think we've released our min spec yet, but powerful cards from a few years ago should be able to run the game. It should look good. It won't be able to leverage the ultra spec options, but it'll look nice. So basically he's saying we're just focused on the high end shit first, and then we'll get to everything else, including the S. But obviously, if it's going to run on cards from years ago, right, and still look good, then obviously they're going to find a way to get it to fit on the S,
which
like
is
everybody
what
else does.
Said. Yes. Like, that's why I don't look at it just because of optimizing for something that's lower end spec is more of a challenge. Doesn't mean that's a problem. That's just what's expected with having
always
the,
is.
Like
Bab, the point is always is, and you can ask anybody. You can ask 3-Bit if he's still in the chat right now. He admits this. He laughs. Anybody who's a dev, if you went to them and said, if you went to them and and had them take a truth serum, they would all tell you that everybody should own 4090s because that's all we want to develop for. Or whatever the highest end card is at that time. They will say only the high end stuff because it's the easiest. It's a breeze, not a breeze, but you guys all know what I'm saying. They get to push everything up as far as graphics go, fidelity, all that shit, all the shit that they love. Yes, they would all say nobody should own anything less than the best out the gate. That's the way devs are. So yes, of course.
My point is, there's that article. There's the Avowed one that was being used. There's the Black Myth Wukong thing, right? There's the former the Rocksteady artist, right? That's made several comments in the past. There's and then there's Baldur's Gate 3, right? Baldur's Gate 3, is an issue.
Yes.
But ever since, like, that's the one.
That was more of a parody clause, probably.
Yeah. So like, ultimately, it's just created so much conversation this past like couple weeks because of Black Myth Wukong specifically, but overall, like, it's a fake thought in people's head because that's been debunked too. Like, you have IGN, Jez, you have even what was it, Games Radar, even, and you have and Paul Tassi, like, all coming out and saying that this game there's a deal in the place that makes it not be able to release on Xbox. And a deal with Sony, right? It's an exclusivity deal that doesn't include marketing. Is pretty much what they're all saying. Like, numerous people. So like, how much more do we need to know that it wasn't the Series S's fault? Like, secondly, people were like, well, this need to be able to brute force games and shouldn't have to worry about optimization for something like a Series S. Should that game have launched in the condition it was even on PS5? Should that game been accepted that it launched in the condition that it was on the PlayStation 5 console just because it's a popular game? That game should have been delayed on a console in general, or just delayed in general until it was optimized better in the first place. Like, to say that it can't run on the Series S because of how shitty it runs on the PS5, that's just a knock on the developers for releasing a game that's poorly optimized. You've had games that are insanely massive in scope, releasing really optimized, that are super high fidelity, gorgeous games, really big, and all these things that look great, that are optimized better than that released on console. To say that can't happen on Series S just because of how shitty it runs on that's not a power of the platform problem. It's a development problem. So let's put the focus where it needs to be and actually call out the issues that actually exist, so that way they can be addressed and fixed, instead of every single time something happens we say it's Series S's fault.
Can't disagree.
That's my thing. Anyway,
I mean, it's a fair conversation that we've had multiple times now. I mean, it's just been It's one of those ongoing ones that's never going to go away. And again, does every dev have to enjoy making a game for a low spec, whether it's a PC or whether it's a Series S or whether it's a Switch?
I'm sure
does
several
every
of
dev
them
have to come out and praise them? No, of course not. But my God, the way the journalist runs with the shit, it's clickbait. It's because it's the Series S, because it's the Xbox, and they know they're going to get clicks from the haters and from the Xbox dudes and everybody else in between.
Yeah.
They use it.
That article specifically, Dune Awakening,
Yeah.
like I agree, it's interesting because like we don't know what's there, but to actually have the article like that, to where I read that and I'm like, where's the what was he answering?
Right.
What was the because you kind of caught him mid conversation, and I'm like, where is the rest of it? And that was my thing, and the only thing I can think of, well, they didn't include it intentionally.
Yes, because it's the lead, because it's the hook. That's all they're doing. They want that click. One last weird situation this week that I was going to bring up was the Inotria, the last song dev, making a big stink on X, and rightfully so, if it was the case. And it seems like he was being real about the situation, but it was weird anyways. Again, I'm overusing that word, but again, this stuff is all strange. Number one, that it's a public outcry from a dev talking about how they made a public full statement in a letter saying that they were going to have to delay indefinitely.
Second time this has happened for the same issue.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They were going to have to delay the issue, and this is something that they stated way back. They were going to have to delay the game, and again, this is a Souls-like game, if anybody doesn't know, from a smaller studio. Again, shout out to the indie devs. They have it rough. They don't get all the access like the big boys do. We've heard nothing but positives for the most part of ID at Xbox and what that program has done for indies and all that kind of stuff. But it seems like things might have slid a little bit here lately and that there has been some issues. But anyways, this dev came out in March and said the same damn thing, that they weren't going to be launching. This game had been announced for PlayStation, PC, and Xbox. They came out in March and said, we're not going to be able to launch on Xbox.
Yeah.
That happened in March. Then they make this second one saying the same damn thing. Oh, we have to delay the Xbox version indefinitely because we cannot get any communication from Xbox with help on the store page to get our game there, even though, and the dev went on to say, I put a lot of my own money to make this game, to make this game for Xbox, and I can't even get it. I can't even get the contact that I need to get this to happen. So we're delaying it indefinitely. And then was it a day later, Mav? Yeah, it was like a day later. They were back on Twitter again, on X, saying maskless ones, which I guess is the people in the game, whatever, that's what they call their fans. The maskless ones, thanks to Xbox P3, of course, that's Phil, in our amazing community. We're now in direct contact with the Xbox team. We're excited to work on bringing Inotria, the last song, to Xbox ASAP. The official statement said, we would like to officially thank Phil Spencer and his team for reaching out to us so promptly and helping us to resolve our situation. We'd also like to thank the amazing community for all the support shown in recent days. Your voice has been heard very loud and clear, and your commitment has been heartwarming. We are now working closely with Microsoft, and we hope this collaboration will lead to the game's release for Xbox as soon as possible. Man, you had Xbox fans blaming the devs, saying it's trash anyways. Why does anybody care? Again, I hate that shit. And then you had, obviously Sony only fans talking about, oh shit, here we go again. Xbox, just one big fuck up, blah, blah, blah. They can't get anything right. And then you all had all of us in the middle trying to look at all this information, scratching our heads, going, what is this?
What's going on? Because
what? This is so strange. Well, this doesn't make any sense.
So
but here we are.
A month ago, the same thing happened with a different developer. It was the Hack game.
Yes.
Or I don't know how you pronounce it. It was HAAK.
Yes.
Another small studio, and it was say like we've been being ignored because there was a problem with the certification process, and we can't get in contact with Xbox. They won't respond to us, and all this kind of stuff. And they've been trying for months. They even actually showed the process and screenshots, and then even the emails that they had sent. And then showed later, after their tweet blew up, the reply and response from Xbox saying like, "Hey, sorry, give us another chance, you know, willing to work with you directly and stuff. And they were like, too little too late or whatever, you know, just gonna skip the platform now.
Yeah.
But it was like almost the same exact situation,
Right.
as some kind of a certification process issue, right?
Right.
Where like the automated systems are failing with Microsoft potentially. This was different though, because you have like contradictory statements made by the actual developer. If in the past, I'll talk about how they didn't plan to release on Xbox at launch anyway. So like, I don't know exactly what was going on with that. However, like, I don't know what's going on with the certification process thing or whatever they got going on, but like, if it is a continuing issue, I think there should be more devs that mention it when it's a problem for them. You would think there'd be like a bunch of devs be like, I'm having the same problem. I'm having the same problem. I'm having the same problem, you know, but I haven't heard anything from a bunch of people. So I'm hoping like maybe Jez or some other journalists dig into this and see what's going on with the certification process thing. Cause is it a rare glitch that they're experiencing? Is it ignoring on purpose from Xbox, or like what's going on there to cause that, you know?
Jez did put out a tweet that said that there has been. I'm trying to find it now.
I think he was speculating that he wondered if there's a layoffs at the certification team.
He could have been but he said ever since Satya took over that this kind of support has gone downhill.
Right.
That the support for not just the gaming division but a lot of divisions has gone downhill ever since Satya took over. So he again, it was his personal opinion, right? He was throwing it out there, but it sounds like that he's been aware of the situation, that this isn't something like surprising to Jez at least, right? That he's heard this before, right? And that he's, you know, obviously had it on his mind because again, he came out and said it. So I can't find his fucking exact tweet. Of course not, I can't. Anyways, but yeah, so I know Jez, you know, hopefully Jez will follow up like you said, because he usually will do a article, because obviously there's a ton of people at Microsoft and Xbox that read Windows Central. Again, when he writes something, people do see it, and he's gotten results from people by making those articles before. So hopefully that is something he follows up on. But yeah, like you said, Mav, if there is issues here, you need more people speaking up. You know, again, if this is a situation where Phil was unaware that this communication breakdown had happened and he stepped right in and got that fixed up, great. But you can't have this happen with what has been considered a very strong point of your division, especially helping the smaller dev. Like you don't want to lose. Like we talk about this all the time, no matter how they're evolving, right? You don't want to evolve and just lose everything that you've built. Like that again, then you're no longer Xbox, right? Then you're whatever Microsoft is going to make you out to be. So if you are maintaining this, and Phil and Sarah and everybody, you know, from all their words are saying that they're maintaining Xbox, that you know, they still have the core values of what they talked about are still there. Well, then you definitely can't let the small shit start falling apart, because that's really important, especially that
100%.
Indie community. And it at Xbox. That's been huge for them.
It's a bad look for two different developers, pretty recently, to have the public outcry. And it's like, like I can imagine if it was me, I could imagine the frustration. Like, where the fuck are you? And like, what do you do? Like, you make a public statement at that point because you're looking to get their attention somehow. The same way I would if I was like on trying to get support for some kind of issue, and it's like I'm not getting any support. I'd be like, well, fuck these guys, you know, like, and that's that's actually what I would do to try and get them to answer. And it worked in this situation, and in both situations, it got their attention. But like, there's got to be some kind of either it's something else going on, or there is some kind of actual technical issue going on that they got to get fixed. So
stay on top of it.
Yeah, but regardless, like it's
I think we got a positive outcome. And again, this is the part where I go, okay, well, Phil stepped in yet again and did what he does, right? And again, he shouldn't have to in his position.
Yeah, that should be
Microsoft game. that should be way down the ladder.
Very important process to make sure is running smoothly. Your certification for games, like that is like an extremely important thing to make sure you have a smooth process on. So like
Right.
if there is hiccups there,
Yeah.
you got to make sure you get that fixed. But that's
Yeah.
again, right, the second that developer made that post, there was tons of people already talking about the Series S.
Right. Of course.
And
Of
already and
course.
automatically, and the reason that's a problem is because every single one of these times it ends up having nothing to do with it, adds up in the minds of these people. And it's like, oh, remember when we're talking about it because of that? Remember we're talking about it because of this? Remember we're talking about it because of this? And it just keeps adding and adding and adding, even if they're like illegitimate or not, to become this kind of false reality. And that's what's I think happened to a lot of people out there, where it's like, hey, Dune, now you have there's been no problem announced by the developer. Like really, it's like, hey, we can't release this on Xbox because of Series S. Like that has not been said, right? So Dune, you have this Inultria thing, you have Black Myth Wukong, right? Then you have the Avowed situation with that article that was turned out to be again a nothing burger whatsoever. But you have all these things repeatedly one after another, and it's like, oh yeah, we keep talking about this, how the Series S is a problem, and is it though? Because every single one of these situations there's really no problem with the Series S whatsoever. It's just been a conversation that we've had because of
the media has kept it running.
Right. So anyway, like it's just weird. And for me, it's important to make sure the issues are attacked on what the actual problems are, right?
Yep.
Like so, if Black Myth Wukong was money hatted by Sony, we don't like that happening. If as an Xbox fan, then you need to ask Xbox to be more aggressive, not say it's the Series S's fault, right? If the what was the other issue with Inultria, like the Inultria thing, if there's a certification process issue, we shouldn't say, oh, I can't get on Xbox because it won't pass certification because it's Series S. Like, you got to focus on what the actual problems are, and we should be asking for those things to be improved upon and better, because as for gamers, that's how we get results, not painting a picture for something else that's not an actual issue. So focus on the actual problems. Stop painting everything into a different corner that fits your narrative.
Yep. But it ain't gonna stop.
And why do you think Sony would money hat something with no marketing behind it? Why do you think they might want you to think the game actually would not be able to even run on Xbox? Do you think that would be something that would be more beneficial to them?
Or has been pointed out, not every deal comes with marketing.
But why would you do a deal that doesn't include marketing, right? That's you can't announce
it has the
for
same effect.
Exactly.
When especially when it's a late deal like that, when Black Myth Wukong has been advertised nonstop, and all of a sudden they show up at a show and there's no Xbox logo anymore. And then they just announce themselves,
and why
and
do
the
you
word goes out, and all the journalists jump on it and go, "Oh shit, it's not coming to Xbox anymore."
And why do you think it's called a slimy deal from Xbox themselves? What do you think Sony wants people to think? They want people to speculate on this shit.
Of course they do.
They want them to come up with all the scenarios why it's not an Xbox, other than the fact that they paid them.
People who don't. This has been a part of Sony's culture, business culture, forever. If you're not old enough to know how they dealt in the electronics world when they were kings back in the day, if you weren't around for the PS1 and PS2 dominating eras,
you want to make your competition seem like they're shit.
You don't get it. Yes, this is not like abnormal. It's business. Again, I have zero problems with it.
Yeah.
Like I don't. From a business, I'm consistent across the board. Again, that's why I don't have a problem with Xbox.
But that's why the focus should be on Xbox with this problem, not Sony.
Right.
And like Xbox could be more aggressive to not allow that to happen.
Right. Of course, because they have the money to do this.
They knew how big Black Myth Wukong was going to be. They could have been the ones to go out there and hand him a bag. Like, you know,
they could have. They could have, but it was so late in the. Did Sony purposely wait till that late to cut that deal so the Xbox didn't even have a chance? Of course they could have. That's part of the strategy. And again, to come out here and try to say, "Oh, Sony would never do it that way. Oh, they've always done it a certain." No, they haven't. Go back and look at their freaking history across the board in all the industries that they've dominated. That's not how Sony rolls. They've got multiple levels of the quote unquote sliminess or the quote unquote shadowiness to their business model. That's how they operate. They've always done things like this. Again, there's different ways to go about that, and the end result is the same. It doesn't always have to be this big bombastic marketing arrangement because you bought exclusivity and you just shout it from the high heavens. Even if that's the way they do it most of the time, that doesn't mean every deal has to be that way. So again, Black Myth was a little bit different. It was really late in the game, obviously. So why couldn't they just use it like Mav said? Maybe it wasn't a straight up exclusivity deal. Again, paying and supplying support to make sure that your version for the PS5 gets done alongside the PC version to be launched on day one, and to make sure that it's the priority, automatically leaves the Xbox version in the dust. Is that a straight up marketing exclusivity deal? No. Are the end results the same? Yeah. Again, there's lots of different things that go into this shit. That's why Xbox said what they said. Again, read between the lines. It obviously sounds like they know that there's a deal in place. Whatever that deal is, they're not saying specifics, but it doesn't matter. It's not on Xbox.
And it still launched with a lot of issues on the PS5.
Yes. Right. And then now you got nobody just ignoring you got all the journalists just ignoring the PS5 version when every other game gets a fucking billion reviews. That's
how much talk is talked about the performance or bugs on Star Wars Outlaws. And like honestly, like I haven't come across one yet. Like, and it runs really smooth on my Series X. But like I'm sure maybe I will at some point.
They pick and choose, brother.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing. Jedi Survivor. Fuck, man, so many issues at launch. Star Wars Outlaws, they talk about it. They talk about it so much, but they never talked about hardly anything with Survivor. It's weird.
It is strange, Biff. It always is. All right, Biff. 4 hours. Let's get everybody out of here.
Over 4, I think. Fuck, 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, we're coming up at 4 hours and 10 minutes. I mean, we started at just before 6:30. So, shout out to everybody who hung out with us. Hope you guys all enjoyed the show. Thank you again, whether you're here 5 minutes, whether you're here the whole time, whether you are listening to us from the future. We didn't even get to see you in chat. Nothing but love and respect for coming out and seeing us and hanging with me and Mav on another Thursday night for PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM. Get ready. Space Marine 2. There's going to be a lot of gameplay for y'all. So if you guys are interested in Space Marine 2, if you want to see what it's all about, again, come join me and Steel tomorrow morning. We will be going, I don't know for sure the time, so keep your eyes and ears open, but we'll be going live. We're going to do that tomorrow and Saturday instead of living split screen. So I'm just getting that out of the way now. And hopefully Mav gets to jump in at some point with us down the road, but we might have some other people jump in with us. So get ready. It's going to be a lot of gaming. It's going to be so much fucking fun. It's not even funny. We're going to have a blast. So get ready for that. But thank you all again for being here. Mav, we got Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night. I obviously will bring in my impressions of Space Marine 2 because I should be there tomorrow night, no problem. But anything else on the docket, sir?
After we get off of here, I'm going to install Space Marine 2 and see when it finishes. Hopefully, if y'all are playing tonight, hopefully it finishes in time for me to at least jump in a little bit with you. But
yeah, that'd be dope.
And other than that, tomorrow, or be playing games, NBA 2K, Madden, and Star Wars Outlaws, and Age of Mythology, like
Call of Duty beta.
Play. Yeah, Call of Duty beta. Oh my god. We'll be having some streams this weekend, but tomorrow we got Xbox Ultimate Podcast, 10 p.m. Eastern time. We'll pick up the conversation. We'll have a lot of fun. We'll be giving our thoughts on Space Marine 2 as well. Back Monday for FSP, and then here Thursday, PM to PM. What about you, Pong?
Yes, sir. It was crazy we didn't even get to the Hiroki Totoki conversation.
Oh, not enough IP. Dude.
Not enough IP. We need more original IP. What the fuck?
We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Original IP. Yeah, maybe we'll talk about it. It's Xbox Ultimate. Though. We really can't. Come on, bro. We gotta stop that shit.
We'll compare Xbox IP to Sony IP.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
We'll make it Xbox related.
Right? Maybe. Anyways, tomorrow again, keep your eyes and ears open. Steel and I will be playing some Space Marine 2 for sure. And then, of course, tomorrow night I should be able to make Xbox Ultimate. So look for me there, right here on this channel, the Fun Speculation Network, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. We'll get the family together and talk some more BS. Good talk, lots of laughs. And hopefully have good reports to make on Space Marine 2 on other things as well. And then obviously Saturday morning, like I said, no living split screen officially, but Steel and I will be live playing more Space Marine 2. So buckle up for that. And of course, you'll probably hear me and Steel discuss some things, some topics or whatever else while we're playing, depending on what's going on. But be there for that. And then, of course, Saturday night, the Shop podcast should be back this week. PTK was a little bit under the weather again last week, so no issues ever taking some time off to get healthy, but we should be back this week. So look for us Saturday night, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, PTK Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere, myself, and we usually have a guest or two. We'll have lots to get into Saturday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, the best way to end your Saturday night. Have us on in that background while you're playing games. And then, of course, next week it starts all over again. Of course, we got to talk about Double Barrel Games, the channel. Boomstick is the man. 5 days a week, and he just got to announce today he's had over 6 million views. Holy shit. Congrats to Boom again on all the milestones he's been knocking out of the park this year. But Tuesdays, All Good Things Green, Xbox Factor podcast, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Be there for that. And then, God willing, back here next week for another episode of PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM. Lots of games to talk about. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to talk about Star Wars Outlaws next week. Who the hell knows if Ubisoft gets their shit together and I don't have to blow up on them. But anyways.
You notice our shows run longer when there's new game releases for us to talk about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we talk about games. Again, what other shows did. This is what Steel and I promote all the damn time. Is that you can go to other shows and never hear about games outside of, what have you been playing? Oh, I've been playing Space Marine 2. It's pretty cool. Okay, next. Like that, but you get it from our show here. You get it from me and Steel. Like, this is what we do, man. We're gamers first. So I want to talk about games. I like to talk about the other stuff, but man, do I want to talk about games. I talk about old games, but you guys all get bored with me. Anyways, it's the golden age of gaming, people. It is. Get out there, please. Have a great Friday. Great start to your weekend, wherever you are in the world. Love you all. Nothing but love and respect. Play what you love. Love what you play. Enjoy it. And I'll talk to you all real soon. Matt, get us out of here, brother.
Bye, everybody. Have a good night.